Right, man, what's going on, everybody? You got S.E.T Media in the house, man. Y'all know what time it is, man. Vice presidential debate night. Everybody's been waiting on this one, right? We're going to hit it hard with a fire stream tonight, man. We're going to get it started a little bit early. We have Donald Trump in Wisconsin. He had a rally earlier today. We're going to cover that, hop right into the debate. We're going to keep it going after that with some more content. Like the video before we get started, man. Y'all know the vibes. Let's do it. It's copywritten.
I want to just go ahead and.
Anybody like to?
All right.
Outside, we could probably get another 30,000 people.
That can't be up over there.
Would anybody like to give up their position? No? I've never had anyone say yes. Someday we're going to meet somebody that says yes. Hello, Wisconsin. It's great to be back in this.
He asked that a lot, though, too, especially in this crowd.
Oh, God. Anybody want to give up their
Great
seat?
American patriots. We appreciate it, too. And, you know, we were up here on Saturday. We had a group, Tommy, I think it was maybe 50 or 60,000 people. And because we were not afforded the luxury of having enough security not because of Secret Service, but because of Washington.
Oh, yeah. They had Secret Service agents dispatched to protect the leader of Iran. The same leader of Iran who
apparently
wants this man dead.
Reportedly, because I don't believe it. I think that's just another ploy to try to get into war with Iran.
But it is funny how they prioritize Secret Service dispatchment to a foreign leader versus a presidential candidate.
Man, didn't a governor clean up a city so the Chinese people can come through?
Oh, that's exactly what happened in San Francisco. It cleaned up the city that is known for public shits on the sidewalk, homeless population camps.
So J. Pink could walk through.
And it looked all nice for him. It's actually funny. But I don't know. It's just crazy how this man has 2 assassination attempts on his life and they still playing.
I spoke in front of about 700 people, and 50 or 60,000 people weren't able to see. And I think they still love me, but we have to make sure. We have to make sure. And you know what that was? That was the political opponent saying, we don't want him to have a crowd like that. But outside, I'll tell you, we have a lot. This is a different kind of a speech. You know, really, this is a speech on the economics and bringing back business and things. And it's a great plant. And a beautiful couple, a beautiful Mr. and Mrs. couple, and it's great to be here. It's really great to be here. It's beautiful. I want to thank Troy Berg and everyone at Dane Manufacturing for hosting us. Thank you, Troy. Where is Troy? Where is he? What a beautiful couple that is. More importantly, I'd like to thank you. That's great. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it. Is he a great owner? Great owner, great everything, right? And what was this 16 all about? Oh, 16. Whoa, he's better looking than you, Troy. That's good. That's great. Thank you very much, everybody. Let me begin by sending our love to every family that has been affected by the Hurricane Helene. I witnessed the damage firsthand yesterday in Georgia, and as you know, North Carolina was just devastated. You can't even get in.
Prayers out to y'all.
They don't have communication. They don't have anything. Towns were flooded. Asheville is, as you know, totally underwater. Big place. Massive numbers of lives were lost yesterday, the day before yesterday, and still counting. They have a lot of missing people. The people living in western North Carolina, incredible. Patriots, they really are. I know that area well, and they're still suffering immensely, and we need to help them, and we are going to help them as citizens in Alabama, Tennessee, Virginia, and a couple of other places got a little hit, but in particular these places, and Georgia was hit very, very hard. But I want to thank Elon Musk for responding to my request.
Hey, you set him up with the Wi-Fi? My man Elon, set him up with the Wi-Fi.
The lines were all down. They had no communication. You couldn't get to North Carolina, the area that was hit.
Shout out Elon.
And they were all saying, does anybody know Elon Musk? I said, yeah, I do. I raised my hand. They asked a question. I said, yeah, I know.
I said, what's the problem? He seems always willing to help.
You could get him to get Starlink, which is amazing stuff, right? Starlink And I said, I don't know too much about Starlink, but if you want it, we can get it. I called Elon, and they had so many people over there, Tommy. They had so many people over there so quickly, and they have great communication now. But I mean, it's a terrible. But thank you, Elon, and because of you, they're in really great shape now from the standpoint of emergency needs. And we're going to be going there on Friday. I hope we can get in because it's tough. It's really bad. One of the worst, they say, one of the worst hurricanes, maybe the worst hurricane they've ever seen. Some people that have done this for 25 years said that was the worst they've ever seen because of the water.
George Bush does not care about
the water was the big one. They had big winds, but the water was the big damage. It just went over the top of houses, if you can believe. Houses. And people went up to the second floor for safety, and literally the water went over the house. But we mourn all of our fellow citizens who have lost their lives, and we're keeping their families in our hearts, and we'll continue to work with them. But praise be to God. I tell you, it's really incredible. And then on top of that, as you know, the world right now is spiraling out of control. You might not have seen what's happened because it was a few hours ago. A lot of people were here. There's so many people outside, which we appreciate. But a lot of people were here a short time ago. Iran launched 181 ballistic missiles at Israel, and I've been talking about World War III for a long time.
Man.
And I don't want to make predictions because the predictions always come true.
On that
but they are very close to global catastrophe. We have a non-existent president and a non-existent vice president who should be in charge, but nobody knows what's going on. She was at a fundraiser in San Francisco, a city that she totally destroyed, by the way. San Francisco was the best city in the country maybe 20 years ago, and today you can't even go there. You can't even live there. And I speak against myself because I own property there. I shouldn't be saying that. I should say it's the greatest place in the world.
But I can't lie
Let's
to
sell
you.
my property. But I say it's, I don't know, maybe it stages a comeback, but it's literally not livable. And 20 years ago, it was the best city in the country, probably one of the best cities anywhere in the world. But they, she was caught yesterday on an airplane staging a fake.
That's actually pretty admirable. There's some people I know that will lie through their teeth to protect their property value.
Right.
Springfield.
Oh, man.
Photo op. Did you see that with the telephone?
I didn't even know you
were
about to take that.
The only problem is she didn't have the phone plugged in. You know, she was talking. She's talking on the phone. The phone is not plugged in. She's talking like she's working. You know, I'm working so hard. Oh, boy. What a group. What a group. No one is in charge of our country, and it's not even clear. Really, I mean, who's in charge between the two of them? You have a president, I guess. You have a vice president, I guess. She should have never been chosen because she never got any votes. I'm not a big fan of his, but he got 14 million votes, and that was a coup. Would you say, Scott, that was a coup? If Scott Walker says it was a coup, Tommy, I say it was a coup, okay? But it was a coup. It was terrible, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing great in the polls. They just came out with new ones. Rasmussen, we're really good. I mean, it took a little honeymoon. You know, for 4 weeks you did nothing but hear about. She went from being the worst vice president in history. He's the worst president in history. It's the worst administration by far in the history of our country. Look at our border where people are pouring in and they're criminals and they're murderers and drug dealers. Look at what they've done. And then she goes up 5 days ago, and tries to explain that, you know, we're going to do great things in the future. And I always say that everything they say, why didn't you do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do it? They keep talking. She said, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to, but she's not going to do any of it. They're incompetent. We can't have another 4 years. We can't have another 4 years of what we went through. It's embarrassing. The whole world is laughing at us. Yeah. That's why Israel was under attack just a little while ago, because they don't respect our country anymore. The so-called enemy doesn't respect our country any longer. They don't. And, you'll get it back soon, I hope. Thank you. Whoever that is. Who is that person? Who said that? Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very nice. even though she disturbed my chain of thought. That kind of a disturbance we don't mind, right? But when I was president, Iran was in total check. The Iranians were starved for cash. Nobody was buying their oil. And they were ready to make a deal. They wanted to make a deal. They wanted to do something. And terrible thing. You know, we got more votes in the second election, as you know. We had 2016, 2020. We got millions and millions more votes the second time. And they missed by just a little sliver, right? They said, somebody said like 18, 19,000 votes. It's just a disgrace. They're not going to be able to do that a second time. They're not going to be able to do that a second time. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris made Iran rich in a very short period of 3.5 years. They have $300 billion now. They're rich. I mean, they pay $6 billion every time they have if they have somebody that was kidnapped. It's always $6 billion. Whoever heard of that? Somebody else gets like $4,000. How much you want? Give me $2,000. You have anything? $6 billion. It's always $6 billion. With Russia, it was $6 billion. And they also got back their spy, the greatest spy, they say perhaps. He was a spy, but he was really more of an arms merchant. And the greatest arms merchant, the greatest buyer of military equipment, they say, anywhere at any time. They got him back, but we got our basketball player back. That was the trend. Well, that is true. She used to tie her sneakers during the national anthem, right? And we got her back, and they got the best. And I'm not saying he's a nice human being, but he was the #1 arms dealer in the world for a long time. But Iran was on the verge of bankruptcy. They had no money left. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah, the people they're fighting now.
Debate at 9, guys.
They would have been willing to make any deal. You could have made any deal, but Kamala flooded them with American cash.
Like it.
And even
go ahead and chill with us before the
they're
debate.
flooding them with cash. It's
going to be fire,
honestly, it's not even believable. It's like men and women's sports. It's not believable. It's like open borders. Why would they want an open border? It's so stupid. We're the party of common sense, by the way. We are the. I like to say it all. Forget conservative. Yes. But, we're the party of common sense because it's really more common sense than anything else. We want borders. We want fair elections. We want honest elections. And if you don't have those two things, you don't have a country, really. And we don't have a border. We had coming into our country in the last 3.5 years, more than 21 million people. And many of those people were people you do not want to have in your country. And we'll discuss that in a couple of seconds. But ever since Iran has been exporting terror all over the world, and it's been just unraveling. The whole Middle East has been unraveling. But, of course, the whole world has been unraveling since we left office. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. This would have never happened in the Middle East. It wouldn't have been on October 7th. You wouldn't have had inflation. We'll go to a different topic. You wouldn't have had inflation. None of these things would have happened. How about Afghanistan, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, in my opinion? Not that we're getting out.
It still kills me that Biden never went to the funeral of those soldiers. Like, yes. Your administration caused a mishap in Afghanistan, caused people to be, severely injured, but 13 to die, and you don't go visit their graves as president.
It's disrespectful, really.
Yeah, but they let him off with that. It's crazy.
He ignored the situation, and he ignored the family.
Man, but shout out though. At least Trump did.
I would have gotten out. We were going to get out with dignity.
Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to like the video. Let's get this off to something good.
The most embarrassing.
Start it off on something good.
Falling 3,000 feet off airplanes. The whole thing was bedlam. We lost 13 great soldiers. I got to know their families, and a lot of people. They never talk about the people that lost their arms, their legs, their face. They obliterated, and hundreds of people died. Hundreds of people died that day. On the other side, because I count the other side too, but hundreds of people, gross incompetence. You don't take the military out first, let's put it that way. He took the military. Remember, a year ago I brought a young boy who was 5 years old, took him out of the audience, I gave him a quick little study, and I said at the end, so now you know everything about the event. Do you take the military out first or last? He looked at me, you take the military out last, sir. The kid was 5 years old. But we took the military out first, and that's when it came.
There's
That
kids
was
that are
what
8
happened.
that
You
can
know,
call out Kamala Harris's word
for
salad.
18
That
months,
was
not
funny.
one under my
I snapped on that one. I was like, oh, hell.
administration, 18 months, not one soldier was shot at. Not one soldier in Afghanistan was killed. And, well, I talked to the league because they were killing a lot of our soldiers with sniper fire, and they were killing a lot of our soldiers. And during the Obama-Biden administration, and I called the head of the Taliban, because it's the Taliban that really, and they said, how come you're calling him? The press, the fake news, look at all of them. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of cameras. But I called his name, Abdul. I said, Abdul, you're not going to do this anymore, Abdul. Anyway, it's a long story. They said, why would you call him? I said, because that's where the problem is, with Abdul and with the Taliban. And it's like Jesse James. They said, Jesse, why do you always go after banks? Why do you rob banks? He said, because that's where the money is. Pretty simple story, right? But that's where the problem was. And since that time, 18 months, we didn't have one soldier killed or even shot at, not one soldier. But they took the military. When they took over, they took the military, and then all hell broke loose. These people are grossly incompetent. And now we have them in charge of potentially World War III. And World War III is going to be like no other if it happens because of nuclear weapons and other weapons.
He said the only N-word you can't say, nuclear.
Mass destruction
So I
like
don't even wanna
nobody's
say it,
ever
the N-word.
seen before. I know because I rebuilt our military. I rebuilt it. It needed it. And I hated rebuilding that, but I rebuilt that too because we had no choice. But Iran had no money when I was in charge. They had a lot of money when I started. They had no money when I finished.
Damn.
And now they have $300 billion and another $300 billion from their wholly owned subsidiary, Iraq. It's a wholly owned subsidiary. They probably don't like it when I say that, but that's true. Iraq doesn't like it. But they have
Damn, he
$300
said
billion
Iran owns
also
Iraq
for
is
more.
crazy.
Remember I used to say, don't go into Iraq. Don't do it. To Bush. Don't do it. Don't go into Iraq. But they went into Iraq. Then they were there. I said, all right, you're there.
Yeah.
Keep the oil. Just keep the oil. Remember I used to say, keep the oil. You know, Iraq has more oil than almost anybody. It's like massive. But they didn't keep the oil. And they have hundreds of billions of dollars right now. Under my administration, we had no war in the Middle East. We had no war in Europe. We had harmony in Asia. We had no inflation. We had no Afghanistan catastrophe. Instead, we had peace, peace, peace. We had a lot of peace. Think of it. The only war we had was ISIS.
Yeah.
And I went to ISIS. I wanted to see what the hell was going on. I went to Iraq. I flew there late at night, middle of the night. I landed and spoke to a lot of great people. And I spoke to a general, Raisin Cain. You know that story. I won't go into it. But Raisin Cain, General Raisin Cain, a real general. And these aren't like the guys you see on television. These are the real generals. We have unbelievable military. Believe me, we wiped them out in 4 weeks instead of 5 years. It was supposed to take, sir, it'll take 5 years. I said, we got the greatest planes, the greatest weapons in the world. What do you mean 5 years? So I went over there and I said to the general, I landed. I saw him central casting. These guys are all central casting. Better than anybody that you could get in Hollywood to, because they're a little not so good in Hollywood, you know. They don't look quite as tough. And I said, like, what's your name? I'm coming down the stairs from Air Force One. I said, so what's your name? He said, Cain, sir, Cain. Oh, what's your first name? Well, they call me Raisin. I said, what? They call me Raisin. I said, you mean your name is Raisin Cain? Yes, sir. You're the guy I'm looking for. I'm finally finding Tommy, the guy that I want. I said, how come it's taking so long to get rid of this ISIS? I mean, they fight with knives. By the way, they're great fighters. They're great fighters. Just ask some of their other rivals, but they're great fighters. Well, they weren't doing it the right way. So why didn't you do it the way you wanted? Because it's not up to me. When they came in from Washington, you know, the Millies of the world, stiffs, Total stiffs, stupid people. They said, they told us how to fight, sir. But I said, so why didn't you change it? Did you talk? No, sir, we're not allowed to do that. You don't do that in the military. You take your orders. I said, that's a strange, I don't know if that's a good system or bad. In one way it's good, but in a lot of ways it's probably bad. I said, so what, do you know how to do it? Yes, sir, I do. So how long would it take? We've been fighting them for years, and they say it would take 5 years to get rid of them. How long? We can do it in 4 weeks, sir. But we can knock them out in 4 weeks.
You don't get
4
their ass
weeks.
about
You got
it.
to understand, these guys are like central casting. He said he had a drill sergeant that was better looking and tougher than any guy you could ever put into a movie. You know, we've had a couple of them. Have you ever seen where the drill sergeant goes in and he wants to, he has these actors, big name actors, and he's trying to teach them how to become a drill sergeant. In the movie, he's a drill sergeant. And after about 5 minutes, the actor said, I could never do that. Because it's a different level, okay, of toughness. And one movie, what was that great movie that was made where
Appreciate you, Castro.
Full Metal Jacket. You know, it's a very, they took somebody from the military, a top drill sergeant, right? Oh, that's good. Stand up. That's great. Full Metal Jacket, right? He was supposed to get the Academy Award. He should have gotten it, but he actually, you know, honestly, he wasn't acting. But he was unbelievable in that movie. So he was teaching, I don't want to use the names, but big stars. And they couldn't, they were really bad. And then one of the producers came in from one of the big studios, MGM, whatever it was, and he saw this guy saying, do it this way, and he's screaming like crazy. They right in the guy's face this far. And he said, I don't think any actor can do that. Anyway, they end up hiring the guy that was supposed to teach. He went through 5 actors, and every one of them was weak and not believable. And he went through 5, and then the guy sees it. He said, maybe we could get this guy, but nobody ever heard of him. He was in the military. And it ended up to be one of the greatest movies because of him, largely because of him. And he was supposed to get the Academy Award, but they didn't, you know, because he wasn't part of the establishment, to put it mildly, right? But he was great. How good was that movie, right? Doesn't get too much better. That's great. I like that. But now we go in, and he says to me, yeah, 4 weeks, sir. I said, 4 weeks? We've been fighting for years, like what, 20 years? He said, no, we can do it. Why is it that it was so bad? Well, sir, they wanted to all leave from this major base, but we're very far away. By the time the planes got there, they had to come back. Refueling them was tough, but they had to really come back, so they'd be over there for about just a short period of time, like about 5 minutes, and then they have to start heading back because it's a very long flight. And we didn't have any time, and we didn't have the right aircraft. We were sending wrong. He said, but we have auxiliary bases. We have what we call portable bases, sir. We have portable runways in the desert. Very good. And we got a lot of them, sir. They didn't want to use them because they wanted to be politically correct. I said, so what would you do? I'd use them, sir. And so you tell me you think you can do something in 4 weeks that these people in Washington couldn't do in 5 years? And they said 5 years, and we don't know if we could do it. Yes, sir. How sure are you? 100% you'll have time left over, sir? Yeah, you got to be kidding. This was a good trip. The great Tommy Thompson. This was a good trip for me, Tommy, because I said, you know, I didn't expect this result. I said maybe 2 years, 3 years. And he goes, no, sir. I said, so what are you going to do? We're going to get to these bases. We're going to hit them from the left. We're going to hit them from the right. We'll hit them from the east and the west and the north and the south. We're going to come from underneath. We're going to come under the ground. We're going to go over their heads. We're going to come from so many different. They're not going to know what the hell. And I'm using a good word because Franklin Graham does not like it when I curse. It's not nearly as good. I keep telling him.
He said, you're not going to know
I could have used a word that would have shocked the hell out of you. Would have loved it.
Bombardment.
Then you would have gone home
All
and
they
said,
gonna
he uses
hear is
foul
bombs
language.
like back
No, Franklin
then.
Graham said, sir, we love your stories. We love you. We love you. But, sir, if you could not use foul language, it would be even better. He's wrong about that. It's not as good.
I'm weak.
Okay.
Wait.
Not as good. But
That's a good point.
not as good. But anyway, and he said, yeah,
not
we'll
as
knock him out.
It doesn't hit as hard.
I won't go through the rest of the story, but the bottom line, it was less than 4 weeks. The guy was unbelievable, and they knocked the hell out of him. And we defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate, 100% of it. And I tell that story sometimes because we have actually a great military. And we don't have a woke military. I mean, some of these idiots on top are woke. They're politicians more than they are military people. That's why they got there, frankly, which is a little bit sad. You should get there based on military victory, not because of that. But we have, you could keep these people that fought for me.
Guy, like, you believe that a general is transgender in our military? Yeah, it makes you think. It makes you think where we're going here with this.
So
Picture like the
you
video.
could put them in a woke cage. We go to woke
One
cage.
industry wokeism.
2 years, scream at them, only woke stuff. And when they come out,
Well, we need
they'll
them to
say,
be unwoke.
let's go USA, let's go MAGA. They'll say, we want MAGA.
Unless you're talking about real.
They won't be. They won't be convinced. They won't be convinced. They're not, Tommy, they're not going to be woke. I guarantee that. I met them. They're not wokesters.
You're right.
Anyway, so now war or the threat of war is raging everywhere, and the two incompetent people running our country, or what, I don't actually think they're even running it, are leading us to the brink of World War III, a war like no other. This is what the policies of weakness and appeasement have brought to the world. And as I've been saying for a long time, terrible things can happen. When you have incompetent leadership, really bad things can happen. I mean, there's a story that I just told you about how quickly we took out the enemy that we were fighting for 20 years, close to 20 years. You wouldn't trust Joe or Kamala to run a lemonade stand anywhere, would you? If your child were running a stand, the way I used to run a lemonade stand, I'd say, Mom, outside of my house in Queens, I'd run. There weren't that many people walking in front of the stand, but I ran it. But if I wasn't going to run it, I wouldn't let one of those two run it because they wouldn't have any idea. Like Joe, he was essentially convicted of documents. I was, with all the weaponization, I went through.
Yeah, Joe Biden also had classified documents, but he wasn't president. And then we got Bill Clinton, who also had secret conversations with world leaders that he had at the house, but we never caught him up on it. Actually, you know what? We never caught Bill Clinton up on his S.A. cases or Joe Biden up on his S.A. allegations. It's kind of crazy how we just let the left kind of ride off, but the right, oh no, we're going to hone down on them, even if it's the most ridiculous story ever.
Paula Jones, Tara Reid, they never believed them, but E. Jean Carroll?
Bro, if you look at E. Jean Carroll compared to Tara Reid back, I mean, like, it's
Paula Jones even, too. Like, they was actually conventionally attractive.
Yeah.
E. Jean Carroll?
She never was.
Y'all go look up a picture. I was about to say, even like in her
Heyday.
modeling days or her pageantry days, like, honestly, I ain't gonna lie.
Nah.
Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I need y'all to chime in on this one. My Caucasian homies, chime in on this one, because... for me and S.E.T, it's never really too much of a looker.
Through years of hell, and I have the Presidential Records Act lets you do that. But I went through years of this. Well, he had the same thing times 10, and they found him, and he didn't have the Presidential Records Act because he wasn't president, right? And so he was guilty, and they said, "Okay, he's guilty. He's guilty." But we're not going to hold him to it because he's incompetent, right? That's what they said. Essentially, in a little different language, they said, we're not going to hold him to it, so he is guilty, but we don't think he can stand trial. But he's allowed to run our country, but he can't stand trial. I said, what's that all about? But I said, you know what? If that's the only way to get out, where they find you incompetent, I said, I'd rather be found guilty. I don't want that to be happening. I don't want that to be happening. But they weaponize government. It's no surprise that Iran desperately wants Kamala Harris to be president. They endorsed her. I think they actually endorsed her. I don't know. So did Putin. Putin endorsed her. And he was endorsed. He actually endorsed her.
Yeah, that man Putin said she had an infectious smile and laugh. I was like, I was like, okay.
I'm gonna be real
That's
with
not
you.
what you want your adversary to say about you. Well, like, he said that with some satire, some sarcasm.
It's kind of crazy because nobody want to blame the Biden administration for pushing Putin towards what he's always wanted. It's like, I kind of pushed him into a situation where he can be justified. Because if he always wanted Ukraine, well, you push him into a situation where he's justified into getting it.
And that's a great point, because even when Trump was in office, he said he had realized Ukraine was the apple of Putin's eye. He had a lust for Ukraine.
Yeah.
As Trump put it. So Biden administration gets in, Putin just sees it as green bean, open season. He said, all right, bet. Birdman hand rub.
And then, and then I can also go off the fact that NATO ain't keep their word or anything like that. All right, bet.
Gave him all the ammunition and fire he needed.
Perfect.
Now we here.
With a smile on his face, he's going like,
now everybody want to be mad at Putin. And he just like, hey, like,
y'all gave it to me.
This shit was coming down the pipeline, I thought.
He would want. I don't think he know exactly what to say. It was very interesting, actually. But he did. He said, I think she, because of her, he said, because of her experience in losing. Because they know as long as she's in power, they can take advantage of America like never before. And, for 4 years, this country was respected. I was respected, but this country was respected. Viktor Orban said, if you bring Trump back, he's the head of Hungary, you bring Trump back, there won't be any problems anywhere. We had no problems in the world. But that's why they target me. That's why I'm targeted. I'm targeted by a lot. Iran and targeted, we know for a fact, but probably others. But they only target consequential presidents. They don't target Joe on the beach as he sleeps. He sleeps. How do you fall asleep when cameras are raging, right? You got the paparazzi, you got everybody. He's dead sound asleep. I wish I could have that secret because, that's a talent. I wish I could do that. Sleep with the cameras. Tommy, could you do that? I don't think Scott could do that, right? I don't think so. But if I were in charge, today's attack on Israel never would have happened. All of the things that we're talking about never would have happened, including that botched withdrawal that made us look so bad. Probably the reason that Russia went into Ukraine. They saw that, and because it was right after that, they saw that, and they said, wow, these people are not what we thought. If I win, we will have peace in the world again. I guarantee we will have peace in the world again. And if Kamala gets 4 more, unthinkable, right? If she gets 4 more years, the world goes up in smoke. This world will go up in smoke. So we're grateful to be joined today by some tremendous people from Wisconsin. I love Wisconsin. We should win Wisconsin. Will you please make sure?
Got all my cheese heads in Wisconsin.
If we win Wisconsin, we win. Right, Scott?
Not directly. I mean, she was asked on debate night if she's had a conversation with Putin,
and they let her scapegoat it.
I mean, she said she talked with Zelensky.
The only thing they really cared about is, do you want Ukraine to win? It's like, bro, what? That's not actually a good question to ask. I'd be like, bro, what is your solution for the war? I'd have been like, bro, if it's he want Ukraine to win, okay, or if it's I just want it to be peace, then go rock with that. But don't try to set him up for the answer.
Yeah, that's true. She hasn't really taken a hardline stance on these proxies that we're involved in. She has hinted at peace talks and negotiations behind the scenes, but I'm just like, okay, how do we get there though? Everybody could talk about peace, but clearly we're here because of some major conflict. Like, I think we need more steps. I think we need conflict resolution. I think we need action.
But that's the problem with Kamala. She'll tell you the end result without telling you no steps to get there.
And people eat it up.
It's like, we're going to win the game. I'm all right, but how are we going to win the game?
What's the game plan?
We're just going to win the game. I'm like,
but coach, what are the plays?
Like, bro, okay, fine. Like, well, all right, what about step 1? We go to practice. Step 2, we learn to play. Step 3, we execute. And then we win the game.
No. We're just going to win the game.
I'm like, oh, okay, Kamala.
Damn. And y'all say Trump got a plan with thoughts of a plan.
Man. Concept of a plan.
Now, if we win Wisconsin, we win.
At least we get a concept and not just word salad.
Why would I give the person who hasn't came out with anything
and I've done a
my
lot
concept
for
of a plan?
Wisconsin,
And she's stolen my
shipbuilding
policy.
contract. I took such heat from other states. They wanted it, and I gave it to Wisconsin. And they're doing a good job, aren't they? I hear that. Big contract. One of the biggest contracts. They're doing a good job, but I took a lot of heat. And the Keystone XL pipeline, I know you had a lot of people involved in that. What a bunch of stupid people. To think of it, I rejected Putin's pipeline going through. I had it stopped. And I approved the Keystone XL pipeline, also the Dakota pipeline. By the way, isn't it nice to have a guy that doesn't need teleprompters to tell this? Thanks. I'm going through all these names, and it's not part of my thing. I'm going through all these names. You think Biden could do that? I don't think so. He can't remember. I won't say. I was going to almost say his wife's name, but I didn't want to say that.
Bro, you know what's so sad?
I almost said it. Remember when he called his sister?
With this whole war situation, what I found out is that, well, these countries can't defend themselves without us. Yeah, Ukraine can't defend themselves, so anybody rooting for Ukraine is like, dog, if it wasn't for our funding, Ukraine would have been taken over. It'd have been over. Actually, it'd have been surrendered over to Russia.
Well, that's why they were trying to join the alliance of NATO, some narratives say, but, you know.
Bro, I would say even Israel's in the same situation.
Oh, Israel's surrounded by enemies.
Yeah, it's like you can't defend yourself by yourself now. You're not on your own.
No, not at all. I would say even the Houthis in Iran, they say have a stronger military force than the IDF does.
So I really do think Americans honestly just take a back seat on this whole, oh, yeah, we need to go ahead and help like Ukraine. I'm like, dog, Ukraine is running off us already. It's like we're helping them already. This is the best we can do without low-key fighting Russia ourselves.
Yeah, facts.
Unless you want to do that, go ahead and sign up and volunteer, please.
Wife. Some things you can't
Make
do.
sure you like the video.
You know what you can't do?
Before you go
and I don't want to talk about him because he's gonzo. He's gonzo in many ways. But remember, it's great to be in New Hampshire. And he was in Florida. And you can't Winston Churchill was a great speaker. But if you say, like, it's great to be in Iowa and it's Idaho, at least that's within the realm, right? But the Florida stuff you can't do with the palm trees, right? But remember he did that? And I was saying, if you were Winston Churchill, he was a great orator. If you were Winston Churchill and you made that mistake, no matter how good you speak you could speak for 2 hours after that, it's over, right? It's over. You will never have a successful speech. But we're grateful to be joined today by a man who's really incredible, respected all over. We'll bring him with us. He's just somebody that really poured his guts out for this state and did a fantastic job. He was a great governor, Scott Walker. Scott, back there. Thank you, Scott. And another former governor, so respected, he's like the dean. He's the dean. They call him that. And I'll never forget, in 2016, I ran, and he said, sir, you're wasting your time. You're not going to win Wisconsin. I said, I think I will. I made a speech up there at the place. I said, no, he's not going to win Wisconsin. But here's the deal. Remember this? He said, here's the deal. If I think you're going to win, we're backing the aggressor.
Yeah, and that's the exact stance that Putin probably feels like, hold on, like the whole concept of NATO is to stop Soviet expansion. I already said I'm not really for any Soviet expansion. The expansion that they're referring to specifically is probably getting Ukraine back, annexing certain parts of Ukraine. They really didn't want to play nice with Putin. They said they tried to sign some peace negotiations. Part of that was him giving up some of his nuclear armament, and that nigga said, fuck it. That nigga said, nah, what the fuck are you talking about? We got China, America, they got nukes. You talking about we the big dogs as well? We ain't gonna have as many nukes? You got me effed up. Trump was in there to kind of qualm the situation to a degree, but once Trump got out, hey, there was no middleman, there was no buffer. Kamala has said she hasn't even spoken to them.
And here's the thing, though. So doesn't that make NATO an aggressor if its main job is to stop Russia's expansion? Isn't that them aggressing onto their territory, pretty much trying to get Ukraine in there, knowing that Russia wouldn't like that?
Yeah, it's a game of tug of war.
And here's the thing, though, and here's a savage thing. They can do that and not face any backlash because the Ukrainian people are going to pay for it instead of those in NATO.
Yeah, facts.
It's sick. It's sick.
Casualties, man. People have lost their lives. I mean, it's war, so, it's a part of it, but meaningless casualties, bro.
Man, make sure to like the video, man. Appreciate y'all.
Call you back. Otherwise, don't waste your time. Go to Pennsylvania, go to other places that you have to win, which I appreciate. I mean, that's better than, wasting your time. He said, so you're not going to win it, but if for any reason I see a change, I'm going to call you back and you'll come up and you'll close it up. And he called me about 3 weeks later. He said, it's time to come up. You're going to win this state, right? Tommy Thompson. And we did. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Do you remember that, Tommy? That's pretty cool. Most guys say, oh, come up. Come up. Don't waste a half a day, even though you can't win. It was pretty. I'll never forget that. Sir, get in your plane. Let's go. You're going to win the state. And we did win the state. That was quite a time. Remember that beautiful evening in 2016? That was the greatest. I had a 3% chance, and I said, it's not a 3%. I was getting the biggest crowds that anybody's ever had. By the way, they're much bigger today than they were in 2016 or in 2020. But I was getting the biggest crowds. Everything was so. And the fake news had me at 97% chance of losing. And then they have, as we started winning, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, all the way up running. It goes from 97 for her, Hillary, cricket Hillary. She suffers serious case of Trump derangement syndrome, right? But cricket Hillary. So we go 90, she's got 97, and then it goes, Trump just won Florida, 91, 86, 79, do you remember? And then it got to be 50%. Then it got to be 42% for her. And then that's when that crazy woman started screaming, remember, with the glasses? No. She was crazy. I wonder whatever happened to her. I just wonder where she is right now. I'd love to find out where she is. She was very famous. The level of craziness with her was incredible. And we did a great job. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We did a great job. We also have a candidate for Congress who's really highly thought of, Eric Olson. Eric? Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Good luck. Good luck. I heard you're doing really well. Thanks, Eric. Early mail-in and absentee voting in Wisconsin is underway now, right now as we speak. So don't vote. You got to go as soon as you can and get out there and do the voting thing. Do it any way you want. You can vote. You don't have to vote one way. You can vote another way, but just get out there and vote. A lot of people say vote by ballot, vote by this. You could also go. It doesn't matter. But make sure your vote is counted. We're going to leave nothing to chance and everything on the field. 35 days from now, we're going to win Wisconsin, and we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again, right?
I'll be honest.
Oh, nice.
Y'all think that's what MAGA supporters sound like, but it really be the lefties.
Hell yeah.
Bro.
And I'm asking every citizen to join me in launching sort of a new golden age for America. We're
disagree with them and watch those races come and spill out.
Over the last 4 years, it's just a terrible, terrible thing. It's interesting though because we had two great elections. The second one being much better than the first. Hard to believe, right? They said, "What happened?" I said, "Well, we did much better." But they say that this one. I've just asked some of the people in the back that are here, working here. They said this one is far stronger than number one or number two, and they were good. But this is much, and you know the reason I don't think I've changed. I don't think I've changed at all. I think what has changed is you've got something to compare it to, and you're seeing the most incompetent administration in history, the absolute worst president in the history of our country. They rate vice presidents too, and she's rated last, but he's rated last. Worst president. Jimmy Carter is the happiest man because Jimmy Carter is considered a brilliant president by comparison. I mean, Jimmy Carter didn't let 21 million people come into our country.
And you one of them, bro, and you one of them.
Without balance, without anything, from parts unknown, from parts of the world that nobody ever even knew existed.
Bro would get
some of
destroyed.
them are rough.
I'm sorry, dog.
We'll talk about that, too. But as catastrophic as Kamala's failures are, the good news is that we have a plan to fix it, and we're going to fix it.
The reason why we kicked you, bro, is because, well, one, you were just spouting like disinformation the whole time, talking about Europe gives more to NATO or give more to Ukraine than U.S. That's wrong.
You don't know the funding and the defense spending on NATO and how we make up disproportionately the most as far as Ukraine fund or NATO funding. And we pretty much single-handedly fund NATO, bro. That's why Trump was trying to take us out. It's like a huge expenditure for us.
It's close to $1 trillion in spending that we do in NATO.
Bro.
And you sitting here talking.
That's 1,000 billions.
And it's okay to disagree with us when you want to start getting, insulting. It just lets us know that you're wrong. You're wrong.
So at this point, watch and get informed and educated instead of typing with your fingers.
Yeah. Sit on your fingers.
We have to get these people out. All these criminals that are coming into our country and destroying the fabric of our country. And really, an extraordinary future is within our grasp. We can do it. If we don't do it this time, I think it's going to be Gonzo. I think I'm not even sure you'll ever have another election. These group is sick. They're sick. We can soon have soaring incomes, skyrocketing wealth, millions and millions of new jobs, a manufacturing renaissance, and a booming middle class, which is really why I'm here to talk about. That's why I'm in this beautiful factory.
And they say Trump ain't for the middle class.
We can live
no tax
in
on
cities and
overtime,
towns that are
no
safe
tax on
and
Social
clean, and
Security.
borders that are sealed and secure.
Salt tax reduction, like, bro, he trying to get small businesses, middle class stimulated, bro.
Trying to get
Stop
us
it.
going.
Stop it, bro. Stop it. You're trying to say he's selfish. He's not for the middle class. He's only for the corporations. He's trying to make the rich richer. It's a tired narrative at this point. Really look at his tax plan. Really look at his campaign agenda, and you'll see for yourself. Like, Kamala lies.
And you know what's so funny though?
Theatrics.
And here's the crazy thing: when they say, "Oh, he simps out for Russia," I'm like, bro, Biden and Kamala are scared of Putin.
Ooh.
They're scared, bro. They're absolutely scared of this man. This Trump literally calls him, goes to him in his face. We're talking about them spending 3 years of letting this situation get out of hand and not meeting Putin face to face one time. And you saying Trump to bend over for Putin?
But they over here
Bro,
chopping
these people bent over blind for Putin.
Bro, you know what? And it's funny you say that because more and more folks are realizing they over here chopping it up with Zelensky for the last 3 or 4 years. Man, you had Zelensky come out earlier or late last week and meet with Trump, pretty much signaling like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I've been in contact with Biden and Kamala, but they ain't really. My people are still dying, bro. I know you ain't in office yet, but shit, can we get this thing going?
Like, can we get a
the current
ceasefire?
administration ain't helping. Like, it's crazy. You had Zelensky even come out and pretty much endorse Trump.
And then there are people who really thought that Ukraine could actually beat Russia. I mean, come on, guys, really?
Facts.
They got you on that. And make sure to like the video.
Shout out Gerard, man. What's going on, bro? It's at 9 o'clock, bro. We just cooking up beforehand.
Man, don't worry. You got 8 minutes left.
We're about to
And
transfer
America
over in just a
can
second.
once again be a nation that is strong
Actually,
and
do you wanna
confident
play
and
that
free.
one,
Together we
video
can
on the
reclaim
front
our
of
pride,
CBS
our
that we was
dignity, and our
watching?
glorious American dynasty. We could also, for our children, we can create the American dream
one we
again,
watching
because there
last
is no
night.
American dream right now. But only if we make a clean break from the failures of the past 4 years, the worst administration ever, and elect a man named, have you ever heard of him, Donald J. Trump, on November 5th.
Come back to this one. And let's go to CBS so we can get that debate coverage. Shout out to them. Because we can go straight in, honestly.
Yeah, it should be cooking up.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college
I know
campus
what
without
time it
sports
is,
betting
man. We're
happening.
about to get
It's
this debate
America's most
started.
neglected
Debate
problem.
night,
I
man.
use
Everybody's been waiting
sports
on
betting
this.
as a
Y'all
way
know
to
S.E.T
escape
Media
when
had to
reality
bring y'all this one, man.
choosing self-destruction.
We let it
Whatever I
play,
had
we give our
left,
take.
it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to
We're
extinction.
not pausing
That
it
means
either.
until all
We'll
your
mute
money
it
is gone.
periodically to give our take in our opinion.
Or we'll just turn it down a little
When
bit.
you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our
go
places,
straight
bright
to
shiny
one.
faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Yeah, it
Your
should be
morning
fun.
routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Hope everybody's Tuesday's going well,
Don't
man.
miss
We're gonna
true
have a
crime
fire
anytime
stream.
you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast, real crimes,
Appreciate y'all
real
tuning in with us,
lives,
man. Y'all could be
real
anywhere else, but y'all
justice.
chosen to tune in right here at S.E.T Media. Appreciate
Listen
y'all,
to
man.
48 Hours.
Go ahead and like
Apple
the video if you haven't
Podcasts.
already.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
Man, I'm weak. I wanted to get into the whatchamacallit. Where was it at? They did a whole, breakdown last night of what was supposed to be going down. Probably was... Oh, I guess they might have took it down then.
Nah, you probably gotta scroll. They upload every hour. This is just from a few hours ago.
Sweet Jesus.
Only you talking about some last night.
Yeah. I wonder if you could have looked that one up in the history for me real quick. But it's all good, bro. It's all good. I ain't tripping too much. We'll just have to go ahead and slip right back into the whatchamacallit. Was it this one? All right, man. Hopefully you ain't send me too far down the rabbit hole here. Because honestly, it's almost time for the debate, but I did want to get right into that low key. Shoot, let me know when to.
2-4.
Man, I'm about to quit. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, hold on. I don't even think I watched that.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be one of these. No?
It was like, bro, it was on their homepage. It was like the front thing they had on there. That's the craziest part about it. So I'm saying it's kind of like all the way down now. So it's lost the time.
All good.
Lieutenant Scalia died,
yes, sir,
and suddenly you had
man.
to rip up all the
Go ahead
questions
share
and focus
video,
on
man.
the
We about
future of
to
the
cook
Supreme
up
Court.
on this. Y'all know what time it is, man. We're about to hit
Had
this
some
debate
surprises.
night hard.
The intensification of the situation in the Middle East, major storms ravaging the Southeast that are now going to cause some debate over spending and climate change. All of them a reminder that as president, whoever is president, faces all sorts of unexpected challenges that suddenly can crop up. And, it'll be interesting to see tonight exactly how that factors in to the debate. Cecilia?
All right, Ed, you don't get to go anywhere. We're going to be checking back in with you when it is all over. And we are now just officially minutes away from the start of this debate. I want to get your final thoughts, Major. I want to start with you because we've been saying so much is on the line tonight. How much of tonight is about the audience of one for J.D. Vance?
Yep, I'm all here for J.D. Vance, man. I honestly think that, Walz already admitted he's not a good debater. J.D. Vance, man, Yale. I'm pretty sure the man has some debating experience in his past. Like, come on now.
Ticket does not prevail. The Republican Party will find
I
itself
honestly think this is going to be the worst performance for the Kamala Harris administration. But, hey, I was surprised with Kamala's performance last time, so let's see how Walz
what he
do.
does tonight. He knows that. In contrast, older than Kamala Harris. He does not have any obvious designs on the presidency if Kamala Harris wins and serves out 2 terms. He's there to enhance the ticket as it exists and amplify things on the positive side where and when he can. Very different calculations, very different risk factors for the two.
And Bob, even if you're Bob Dole, who had a bad night in 1976, he was the nominee 20 years later for the Republican Party. So you can even rescue yourself from a bad night. What are your final thoughts on tonight?
Everybody in the press, when we're in the press galleries on the campaign planes, they talk about these vice presidential debates as low impact, but they really are high stakes. Everybody watching tonight knows one of these 2 men could become president of the United States. The country is going to take a temperature on character, on policy. Who are these people who might lead the country? And one of them might be leading the country should a crisis happen, a heartbeat away from the presidency. We live in a time of assassination attempts on the Republican nominee, of political violence, and of aging politicians. So it's no question that one day one of these people could be president. We hope all people live healthy lives and serve full terms, but you never know in American history. That's what the history always tells us.
Nancy, the other big event is these incredible floods in North Carolina, which also is a platform for presidents.
It is, because handling of natural disasters is often a proxy for voters of competence. They look at how you handle something like that and they say this person is capable of handling big, important things. And that's why President Biden tomorrow is heading to North Carolina and South Carolina and Florida and Georgia the next day.
And here we see the vice presidential candidates there. Tim Walz standing a lone man behind his lectern. Ed, give us your last thoughts as we watch here as J.D. Vance is off in the wings for the moment.
Oh,
there he is.
Here we go.
It's performance. That seems obvious, but no faux pas. And they're looking for a viral moment. That's what they'll be looking for.
No smiles,
tonight.
no handshakes, no exchange of pleasantries.
No handshake, and there you have Governor
We'll
Walz.
get right into it, I guess.
Oh, man, I like
Notes,
it.
J.D. Vance doing the same as our colleagues.
And maybe you're shaking hands before.
60 seconds, everybody.
That's right.
Share the video, like it. Let's do it, man.
We
It's gonna be
have
fire.
the vice presidential debate coming up in a moment. It
go.
will be moderated by our own Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz take the stage. Well, they've taken the stage, so stick with us here and join us also on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7, for exclusive content you won't see anywhere else. Thank you for joining us.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's see how it's going to go for Walz. Might be the defining moment here. Give our full opinions during commercial breaks.
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News Vice Presidential Debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters in New York. America Decides, the Vice Presidential Debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started.
They had a preface.
Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, to Donald
your
Trump
family said
he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible.
Fact check.
Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing worse by the climate. Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders, suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember, when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things, regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first.
Well,
the governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim, and I actually I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on.
Let's go.
There's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
Shout out, bro. Shout out, Vance.
Thank you, Margaret.
Shout out, Vance.
The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, You don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years? And the last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had
to be done.
People undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that.
All the opportunity.
Came back home and then started a program to take young people
No
there.
offense to
we would
teachers,
take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress.
A knucklehead as vice
for 12
president?
years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests, went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Wow. Y'all going to accept that
Thank you, Governor.
Yep.
Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality. Trump
said multiple times he's not going to disavow abortion, have an abortion ban. And he said he's for the 3 instances of rape, incest, and danger to the mother's life in all cases.
Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights as basic as the right to control your own body is determined on geography. There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did during when I was running for Senate.
4 months into
some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved.
No, it
I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
All right, and special shout out to the supporters, man. We appreciate everybody chiming in. We got Vladstein with $2, one of the mods, one of the members. Walz would send MAGA tampons at Iran. Soak them up. Hilarious. Always coming in with the jokes. Appreciate you, bro. Martian Gamer, what's going on, man? He said, good evening, fellas. Good evening. Good evening.
It's going to be a smooth one. All right, man. What I'm thinking so far the debate is what I want to talk to you about, Key, is building houses to make the price go up. I mean,
so I guess theoretically,
down. Go building houses and make the price go down. So raise the supply so the price goes down.
Yeah, I guess theoretically the idea is increase the supply of houses, apartment complexes, single family homes, to hopefully and again theoretically reduce the price of home ownership, rent, all that good stuff. And in theory it sounds well, but I think it does kind of lead to a situation kind of like China.
Yeah. And I want to hone in on the abortion point. Yes, the young lady waited in her abortion. I think they're talking about the black young lady, and she waited because Georgia got a 6-week limit. Yes, Georgia has a 6-week limit. She waited past that, so she had to drive 6 hours to North Carolina, and they end up stuffing her full of these abortion pills that had a bad reaction. Then she had to sit there thriving in pain until she died.
Separate case
So
in Texas
I like
as
to
well.
blame the medical malpractice. Why aren't we blaming the medical malpractice that these abortion clinics are practicing or these doctors are practicing during these abortions instead of just blaming the abortion law?
And to that, special shout out to Brackish Bash chiming in with $2. Let's talk about how abortion is a $1 billion industry. Very true, my friend. And Gerard, one of the mods, one of the members, chiming in with $5. Ain't got too much to say, just wanted to show some support. Appreciate that.
Appreciate y'all.
Yeah. So great point. I'm
on.
Go ahead.
Say the jobs that return post-COVID. I did want to fact check that. Trump did release 22.5 million jobs that did get shut down under COVID, and they got reinstated under Biden. That came out to only about 5.2 million or so.
Yeah, that's true. I had a point about Walz and his stance on Iran being a week or two away from a nuke, and he claims that that's due to removal of a Trump program. And I'm just like, okay, well, Trump obviously seen error in the program. Under Trump's administration, Iran had money when he got in. They didn't have money during his administration, and then somehow, some way, they kind of came back to prominence after he left. So that just alludes to the fact that during the Biden administration, due to lack of policy and lack of implementing new policy, that's kind of Iran where they got their pennies, where they got close to this nuclear weaponry.
And I didn't like the fact that they let Walz off on that lie and said, well, I misspoke and I said what I said. I'm like, well, damn, if Trump says something like that, y'all crucify this man for such a lazy answer.
Yeah.
I mean, what? All right. And okay.
As well as I didn't like his answer. I didn't like that answer either when he was questioned on his status or his trip to Beijing, and he didn't really have much of a response to give. And he was just like, well, I kind of said what I said on that.
Yeah.
Like, hold on a second. And he called himself a goofball. That was another thing. I was like, a self-admitted goofball? Do we need him as VP?
Man, and shout out to Marshall and Gamer, man. Show these people the economic charts, man. We might just have to, G.
Oh, man, we might just have to. Not going to lie.
Because, boy, man, Trump had us going in the green.
We're going to save video suggestions and any super chatting supporter suggested.
Said I've last seen the state of the governors and legislators caused the job losses, man. Shout out.
Nah, facts. These governments be pulling out of these states because taxes and they ain't treated fairly by the state legislators, and that's exactly the point that S.E.T often makes when we gotta create a job friendly environment for these employers.
And this was crazy. How are you gonna say there's a climate change problem when like carbon creates plant life? Then you're gonna say that plant life is the carbon's killing the plant life in his country, in the state. Let's get back to it, guys.
Good point. And,
Welcome
quick shout
back to
out
the
Clay
CBS News
Gilman,
Vice
$10. Great
Presidential
show, guys. Keep the
Debate.
good content
We want to
coming.
turn
Appreciate it,
now
bro.
to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading
Back to
cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator
I'd say
Vance,
by fentanyl,
you
but okay.
oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb
Make sure I
mass
like the
shootings?
video.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. And I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. So. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is, okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens? If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it, if a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care.
Like the video, everybody double tap that screen. Appreciate everybody tuning
private
in.
Health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is... So you think the
individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there.
You don't know
and
how
when
it
we
works.
are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by 2 lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag. Several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul, and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. Yeah, this idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is Where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So, America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
And all right, man, bro, let's get down to it, bro. So I always just say they want to harp on the gun problem, but I say we always harp on gun problem, we ignore the mental health problem in America. Let's talk about the mental health of these men before we want to talk about taking everybody's gun for the few people that have these mental health problems. Also, let's go ahead and shout out our supporters as well, though.
Yeah, because we got a few super chats that came in during the debate. Special shout out to Gerard's coming in with a $5. He said, Dems don't lie, they misspeak. Shout out Brackish Bass, $5 super chat. He said those countries who took guns are now locking people up for free speech. Who has lost more friends to guns or fentanyl? Good question. Shout out Vladstein, $2 super chat. He says bye Walz. Sheep emoji. Shout out Brackish Bash, another $5. He said, folks, I live on the border with Tijuana. It's way worse after Trump. Housing costs stop BlackRock from buying all the stock. Oof. Speak on it, Brock. Martian Gamer, $5. Appreciate it. He says, even our own military is against Kamala Harris. Look at the video I sent on the email. Got you. Yes, sir.
Man, so they're pretty much saying these federal lands. So if we have them, why aren't we using them? And then here's the thing. When I looked up this federal lands, Trump's lied. There's a lot of federal lands in Minnesota. Like, you can actually look it up. There's a good amount of federal lands in Minnesota. Trust me.
Federal lands and reserves throughout the United States. Actually surprising. I wasn't aware that they were that spread out.
And then the let's see, the 4 million in shortage of houses, and then you put in 3 million.
Yeah.
But there's still low affordability. Like they like I said, you just can't add houses and affordability is low, and then expecting that to be the problem. Like China did the same thing and it destroyed their housing economy. So I'm trying to wonder, how does that work?
And she's trying to offset the cost, I guess, with the $25,000 first-time home buyers incentive, and I'm just like, well, doesn't that kind of drive the price of houses up?
Yeah, but let's be real though. Are they creating a housing problem using the immigrants, using the illegal immigrants to create a housing problem? And they're because they're already filling up some of these houses with immigrants.
And yeah, that's exactly right.
Who's to say she's not creating 3 million houses and putting in 3 million immigrants?
That's a fair point, but to that point as well, the immigration, the surplus of immigrants is causing a direct effect on the housing market and housing availability for Americans that are already here, right? Because they move in, the government subsidizes their housing. They're not paying near as much as we are, but now the median cost of rent has went up and everybody's paying a little bit more. It's happened in Springfield, Ohio. And Springfield, Ohio is just a microcosm of small communities across America.
Yeah, but for some reason, we're not allowed to create attention to the story. Not create a story, but create attention to it.
But when Walz misspeaks, it's exactly that. He just misspoke, and nobody should look too deep into it.
Yeah, out of a 16-minute interview, they clipped up 15 seconds. 16-minute interview. Wild. But, hey.
And then the Affordable Care Act, they wanted to hop on him about Trump's wanting to repeal the Affordable Care Act. And if you look through Trump's Agenda 47, he said he's going to leave it intact until a better plan can be established.
Yeah, if you actually look through what he did during his administration, he didn't abolish Obamacare. He took out some of the things that was crushing America's under Obamacare. He was like, Loki, like, all right, it's a mandate. We got to take the single mandate off, the individual mandate.
Yeah.
That was the one problem with Obamacare that, Trump fixed. Man, it opened up the market. Loki, it even helped the medical insurance market, I believe. So, hey, that's one of the booms that he created. Let's just keep it real.
Yeah, and they wanted to talk about insulin price being capped at 35 and made it seem like that was Kamala's initiative. Trump actually had introduced that policy and stance in 2020.
Yeah.
So it took 4 years for her to adapt to it and adopt the policy, only for her to act as if it's her own. But we're going to get right back into the show. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
the first and only vice presidential debate. This election is now complete. It was a cordial debate of the kind that people mostly say they want. You notice here the two candidates lingering on the stage. That's quite a difference from the presidential debate.
It was a little bit more sportsmanlike. I like it.
Vice President Harris and Donald Trump
I thought it was
going
to be intense in the beginning.
It was a debate in which the line, I appreciate what Tim said about Finland, was one of the many ways in which Senator Vance agreed with the governor. The governor agreed right back. But that's the tone and the kind of theater review of this. I'll pick out two issues. On the question of the top of the news today, which is the Middle East and the kinds of foreign policy surprises that hit any president. Tim Walz made the case that Donald Trump's temperament is unfit for any kind of surprise, cited the members of the Trump administration who have attested to that.
Vice President, first thoughts?
Vance came back and said,
to be honest with you, I think, Vance handled that pretty well. He definitely did shut down. They tried to low-key run a Trump on him, but he just shut it down. After that, they stopped.
Yeah, they didn't fact check either one of them after that.
Yeah, it was like, okay, yeah, we're gonna like, hold on now, if you gonna fact check me now, he's like, he shut both of them up. I love it.
And I did like that because I think that's kind of the stance Trump should have took in his debate. Like, hold on. I didn't know y'all was gonna be fact checking me, but if y'all are, shit, gloves off. I ain't saying nice.
Oh God, no, it's over now. Now I'm calling out everything.
Yep. So I did like that stance, that hardline stance by Vance. I liked his stance on gun violence, because he kind of had pointed out that Walz like, well, are you really against guns? Are you against the attachments? Are you like really just trying to take guns out of the citizens' hands? Like, what's your stance? Like, y'all say guns, but how do we go about that?
Yeah, that's facts. Like I always just say, like, just ignore mental health problems or ignore like the problems of citizens, just blame it on the weapon. Yeah. Because if we take away guns, but we're gonna be out here like what, like UK, and we're gonna have knives.
And he kind of put Walz into a corner because Walz could only really kind of respond with, well, it is the gun sometimes. Like, hold on, I ain't never seen a gun pull its own trigger.
And it's kind of crazy that, like, I thought he was gonna pull up. You know, it's funny. This is how you know that bipartisan border bill was BS, because where was that argument?
Yeah,
I thought
even use it,
bro. I thought that was gonna be one of his main arguments, because that's what people use in the chat all the time. And
well, if he used it, the Vance would have easily been able to refute it by saying, well, the bill allowed for a certain number of immigrants to come in. It expanded the TPS program, and even House Democrats kind of didn't agree fully with it in its latest publication. So that was easy to kind of debunk. So he's probably better off not bringing it up. I did like the point about housing shortage. You know, Vance made a good point. Like, hey, like, yeah, I know Kamala has this $25,000 incentive for first-time home buyers, but doesn't that kind of drive up the prices of homes? Like, doesn't that kind of make landlords, homeowners, real estate owners just kind of drive up their price on the homes?
Bro, because remember, she was talking about the rent caps and all that. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna disencourage people to do some things that we might need, like, I don't know, housing.
But very good point. And then
this was in the conversation, this ongoing conversation about Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. Many of them are recipients of temporary legal status, and we just have to say, John, that they are in this country legally.
Let's go to the Candace.
We will be right back in a moment with more coverage of the vice presidential debate, and we'll fact check some of the.
Let's go to Candace.
We'll fact check. All right, and we'll be right back when they're done doing their fact checks. I kind of want to see what the fact checks are for the debate.
Now we're gonna move along. We got a little Candace Owens chiming in. She's been damn, where'd that go? Did we take it out? I guess so. See, Candace Owens kind of been going in on Kamala Harris and her lineage. This is the newest episode right here.
COVID pandemic, and get this, the first.
For y'all. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream.
Nah, it's gonna be a fun one, guys. It's gonna be a fun one. But nah, that was actually a good one performance from Vance. Like I said, Walz, he held up a little better. He looked a little scared in the beginning, but hey, I guess he handled it
obviously planned war in the history.
He rallied as much as he could. He's admitted himself he's not the best debater. He did kind of look a little bit scared under the spotlight, but he did it. He held his own.
Yeah, we'll give it to him.
History of obviously planned wars. It's actually insulting to me how obvious this is. We're going to get to the Middle East, but first we have to take a closer look, at Donald J. Harris. after many of you were sending me clips of Judge Joe Brown, this is so random, speaking about how he knew Donald. And yeah, he claims that Donald was not black. All that coming up on...
Yeah, we'd love to hear y'all thoughts. So any thoughts, questions, jokes, comments on the debate that we just all seen and witnessed can be shared with us. $1 super chat or more. Video suggestions, poll suggestions as well. Feel free to super chat into the stream. Support. $1 super chat or more. We'll read and engage with y'all. Appreciate everybody.
Candace. So I am totally like a crazy person obsessed with this investigation because there is something so right in front of our face that we are stumbling upon, and this woman now scares me. I'm very scared by somebody who can just put on an entire act about their identity, and I'm very scared about what I'm coming across through all of these files, searching things, these slight name changes, taking on different identities. It seems pretty obvious to me that we are hitting upon some sort of an organized communist cell. You know, yesterday I had asked you guys to please send me anything regarding Alvis Cambridge's marriage to Cynthia Cambridge because I couldn't find anything about it. And somebody did find something. He changed the spelling, or maybe if we're being nice here, the journalist got the spelling of his marriage announcement wrong, but they did find it in the Kingston Gleaner. So I just want to start there because I want to provide that update. Here it is. Alvis Cambridge's marriage announcement in the Kingston Gleaner dated June 30th, 1953. It reads, the wedding of Miss Cynthia Lopez, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. H.A. Lopez of, and it was a little cut off here, but Bushy St. Catherine Parish, it looks like, and Mr. Alvis St. Elmo Cambridge, the son of Mr. and Mrs. U.L. Cambridge. It goes on to state elsewhere that Mr. Beavis Campbell was best man, and Mr. John Strudwick, who I recognize because that would be Carmen's husband. In case you're wondering who Carmen is, that is White Iris's sister because she was the maid of honor in their wedding, and she eventually gets married to somebody with the last name Strudwick. So John Strudwick was in fact the best man here. So this is a very, very close family for him to be the best man. And Raymond Stewart were ushers at the ceremony, which was performed by Reverend J. Leslie McPherson. Now, even of more interest is they also have the exact same wedding song as Iris Cambridge and Oscar Harris. Again, these people seem pretty close-knit, almost a little too close-knit. But I do want to point out there that it says Alvis Cambridge's parents are Mr. and Mrs. U.L. Cambridge. So that is either incorrect or that is an intentional deviation, or rather just not a match, because if we go back and take a look at Iris and Oscar Harris's wedding announcement, if we're going to pull that up. So this is Iris, whatever you want to call her, Cambridge's wedding announcent to Oscar Harris. We can see that the names of the parents are different, just slightly different. We have, what was it, A.L. Cambridge, Mr. and Mrs. I got to find it here, a bouquet by her father. I just don't see it in this little tidbit that you've pulled up, but I'm pretty sure it's A.L. Cambridge. So they have different initials. I know that V.S. Cambridge right there at the top. Mr. and Mrs. V.S. Cambridge versus Mr. and Mrs. U.L. Cambridge. So does that signify to us that they are not related, that they're lying about their parents' names? I could not find a Mr. and Mrs. U.L. Cambridge anywhere in St. Elizabeth Parish in Jamaica at this time. And again, we cannot find Alvis's birth certificate. So this is just another huge question mark. But what we do know for certain is that he was exceedingly close to Iris Cambridge. Everyone who has emailed me, and based on my own research, it looked like they were brother and sister. Now we're wondering maybe they're first cousins. We definitely know that they spent the majority of their lives together. There are so many pictures of Alvis and White Iris hugging all throughout their lives, holding hands, all of this, which was posted under his obituary. Just so many pictures proving that the three of them, his wife Cynthia Lopez, White Iris, and him were exceedingly close and lived in the Broward County area. Not only that, but they traveled together here to America. They landed in Miami together aboard a ship. Now, I want to show you something that's actually fascinating. So we've already deduced that for whatever reason, they, and by they, I'm referring obviously to Kamala's family, particularly Donald Harris and Kamala herself, are trying to pass off via a sleight of hand white Iris as black Iris, okay? I'm gonna break this down again. I'm gonna be real careful here. Black Iris is Iris Finnegan. He claims that Iris Finnegan, Black Iris, is Kamala's great-grandmother. She claims that it's her great-grandmother in her book, and we see no evidence of that aside from this picture, which Donald claims that he shot of Kamala sitting on her lap. I felt that Iris was the help. What we know about Iris.
Chiming in with the $2 super chat says, can y'all show the short video I sent y'all about the border? Yeah, we got you.
Iris Finnegan is that her maiden name is Allen. So she was born Aura Iris Allen Finnegan. Okay. And then she marries allegedly Patrick Finnegan and takes on the Finnegan last name. Okay. White Iris, on the other hand, was born Iris Cambridge and takes on the last name Harris. And she also has a baptismal name named Vioris, so she becomes Iris Cambridge Harris. Well, check this out, okay? In 1958, Cynthia Cambridge.
Shout out Steph for the video request. We're going to play that real quick for you, Steph.
No problem. Shout out. Hey.
Got another video, too, from a supporter.
Oh, for real?
Play, yeah.
Say less. Appreciate y'all for supporting the show, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. So go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots there above key, man. Appreciate the support. Let's see here.
Okay, never mind.
Was it short?
Yeah, it was a short.
Right. Yeah, right there.
All right, so first one right here.
Since ABC refused to do it, the U.S. military fact-checked Kamala Harris themselves.
America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as
shout out
today,
Marceline Gamer.
there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world this century. What? But let's understand. So where the fuck are we right now?
Since ABC refused to do it, the U.S. military fact-checked Kamala
Like,
Harris
where are we?
themselves.
America's taxpayers
what are we
not
doing?
paying the
What do we chop liver?
No, I guess we just here, guys.
Hilarious, because you would have thought this was, I don't know, by the TV, you would have thought this was somebody's living room, but just keep watching, right?
There is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world this century. What? But let's understand. So where the fuck are we right now?
Since ABC refused to do it, the U.S.
facts.
military
Facts. Sat there and lied her ass off. And shout out Steph. Video suggestion right
They're
here.
just straight up liars. And if you don't believe me, check it out. I just found. They're just straight up liars. And if you don't believe me, check it out. I just found out that there's still people out there that think the border crisis is Donald Trump's fault because he rejected a bill. But this is a wall made out of shipping containers in Arizona. This is the Biden administration suing Arizona to take that wall down. This is a buoy chain down the middle of the Rio Grande River in Texas to stop people from crossing the border. And this is the Biden administration suing Texas to get rid of it. This is razor wire fencing installed on the Texas border. And this is a Border Patrol agent cutting it down. No! And this is a ruling from the United States Supreme Court saying that it's okay for them to do so. Literally every attempt that's been made to shut the border has been blocked by the Biden administration. They're just straight up liars. And if you don't believe me, check it out. I just found out that there's still people out there that think the border crisis is Donald Trump's fault because he rejected a bill. But this is a wall made out of shipping containers in Arizona. This is the Biden administration suing Arizona to take that wall down. This is a buoy chain down the middle of the Rio Grande River in Texas to stop people from crossing the border. And this is the Biden administration suing Texas to get rid of it. This is razor wire fencing installed on the Texas border. And this is a Border Patrol agent cutting it down. No. And this is a ruling from the United States Supreme Court saying that it's okay for them to do so. Literally every attempt that's been made to shut the border has been blocked by the Biden administration. They're just straight up liars. And if you don't believe me, check it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like they always say, oh, Trump didn't want it fixed. I'm like, well, neither did Biden. Neither did Biden. But they don't tell you that part. They just tell you that Trump is the cause for everything bad in your life and what's going on in America. And you're probably going to be like, he is. Well, the truth is he's not. I mean, most of it's your fault, but then, maybe 10% is the government's fault.
And her now husband, Freemason Alves Cambridge, arrived on a first-class ship into Miami from Jamaica. And aboard that ship was also Iris F. Harris. Now, pause. What is wrong with this? Pull it back up. What is wrong with this? Her middle initial. Why on earth? Now, it makes sense that Iris and Alves and Alves' wife are all on the ship together coming from Jamaica. They make a stop. The last port they stop at is Nassau, Bahamas, before they arrive into Miami. But why is Iris's middle initial F? She was not born. She was never married into a Finnegan family. Why did she adopt that middle initial? That's huge. It's very strange that she would have done that. Remember, Donald is alleging that Black Iris, the great-grandmother, right, at no point her last name would have been Harris, just Finnegan. She was born Iris Ora Allen, again, just reiterating that, and she became Finnegan when she got married to Patrick Finnegan. So we know that this is not her on board this ship with the Harris last name. We know for a fact that that is our white Iris who married Oscar Harris. But she never had a middle initial F. I think this is the earliest indication that she was taking on the identity of the help. I remain convinced that Miss Iris was in fact the help. I told you guys yesterday that we are trying to locate this older woman who wrote this comment under a YouTube video. It actually wasn't even our YouTube video. It was somebody else that was covering my content. She wrote this, if you want to pull that comment up. I am 76 years old. Years ago, I read an article about Kamala's family of slave owners. Miss Iris was one of the house slaves of Kamala's family. When the slaves got set free, Miss Iris was old and didn't want to leave the family. Miss Iris also...
That's wild as hell. So you pretty much frame your great-grandma as pretty much the worker, the help. So the slave. Ain't that crazy? She used a slave to fake as her grandmother. I mean, hey, man, this is the woman y'all want to vote for, right? And that's the problem. It's not that she's not black. It's that she just lied about it. Nobody would have been mad if she just been honest.
Had a daughter who was raised in the house with Kamala's family. Kamala's parents worked out of town a lot, so Kamala was basically raised by the black women that worked in that house. If I remember correct, her mom was a professor in some of the universities, and possibly her father held a government job and traveled a lot. I can't remember where the article was, but if you find it, you will have all the proof that you need. So I really would like to pick this woman's brain. I would like to speak to her and see if she can recall where this was published, because that so fits into everything that I've been saying. And like I said, part of this was just me exploring my own heritage. I told you my grandfather, obviously, was one of these families after slavery was abolished that opted in North Carolina. His family opted to just stay and continue working as sharecroppers. And so they worked on the same family that had enslaved them, they now worked for. So that makes sense. What that woman posted makes sense, but a YouTube comment is not proof. I do think seeing Iris F. Finnegan is some early indication. Now, there's even more proof, of course, that at the very least, the bare minimum, Kamala Harris is not black. It isn't just Janet Jackson. Funny who the media picks on and who the media stays away from, because Judge Joe Brown has the credentials. This is a person that they know is intelligent, has had a talk show on TV, I guess you could say a judge show on TV for a very long time. And
the funny thing is, I actually played this video. There's an old episode I did where I played this exact video, and it was hilarious. I'm just like, yo, hold on. He met the guy? He said he's white and Hindu? Well, I don't know. This is Judge Joe Brown saying it, so I'm not sure if we could really go off that, but that's when I say I've heard that she's white and Hindu, I'm like, that's where I got it from, Judge Joe Brown.
And many of you guys were emailing me clips of him on the show discussing the fact that he knew Kamala's father and that he just simply knows that the family is not black. Take a listen to this first clip before we jump into the second one.
She was everybody's favorite Hindu Indian prosecutor and attorney general and senator, and now she becomes black. But, you know, I met her daddy. Fine gentleman, Professor Harris. And the problem with her being black is Professor Harris says he's Caucasian, mixed Irish and Hindu. He doesn't have any black ancestors, but his Irish ancestors owned a lot of slaves in Jamaica and had them to work on plantation. So if mama is on the birth certificate listed as a Caucasian, daddy says he's a Caucasian Hindu and has no black ancestors, how did she get to be black?
I mean, the math is not mathing. How did she become black?
Like, I mean, like, come on now. Just a whole lot of, like, bro, what? How did it happen? Like, how did she finesse that? Because at this point, I'm not even that mad. At this point, I'm impressed. Like, what's going on here?
Black. It doesn't make sense. Okay? It only makes sense if you stole the identity of the help, which is so sick, so twisted, so diabolical, so offensive that we demand a response to this. Like I said, if a single black person is okay with this and votes for her because the media simply decided to make her black, to essentially wave a little Harry Potter wand and go, oh, okay, we just need you to be black because we need those black votes, right? And you're okay with that, you should really re-examine your life. You should deeply, spiritually search within yourself to determine what is wrong with you. That you would allow this sleight of hand to allow to compel you to vote for this woman, despite her horrific record, by the way, of locking up black men. Who is this woman? 2 parents that were committed communists. Who is this woman? And that's not all Judge Joe Brown had to say in the matter of Kamala Harris. Take a listen.
And the birth certificate that she has is interesting because the confusion comes from a mistake. On the birth certificate, it lists the mother's race as Caucasian, national origin India, and religion Hindu. For the father, it does not list national origin. It does not list religion. It does not list anything about that, but where it says race, they put national origin in Jamaica by mistake. Now, if you've ever been to Jamaica and you go over to St. Elizabeth Parish, you see all the high, bright, and white that live in Jamaica. So I've got a good friend retired from law enforcement. He has a white wife, blonde-haired, blue eyes, but she was born in Jamaica. Her parents were born in Jamaica. One's blonde and blue-eyed, the other one's red-haired and gray-eyed. And they happen to be related to the King of England because they're aristocrats in England, but they were born in Jamaica. It's not unusual. You're not black just because you were from Jamaica, and they have a whole lot of white people that never left, and their ancestors owned a lot of slaves. The Maroons went up into the hill country and got themselves free back in the 1840s, but, you know, other than that, it is what it is in Jamaica. So just because you're from that country does not mean you are of the black race. So the problem is why don't you go get your daddy to give you an affidavit that you have a black ancestor? And since the only possible claim you have is through your great-grandmother, who he says was a Hindu house servant, just happens to be swarthy, where'd you get your blackness from? See, you're faking it again.
I mean, shout out, man, Joe Brown, man. Shout out, bro. Shout out to bro, because, yeah. Are we just going to keep letting Kamala lie about this? Come on now. You can go to Candace, and you can go all the way back to episode 1 on this one and watch for yourself. She's bringing the receipts, and that's the scary part. Because I was like, you know what? I was ready to believe people at face value because I just never believed that she was black. Trust me, ever since the whole performance at Atlanta, I was like, yeah, you're not black. But her coming with these receipts like this, I ain't gonna lie, just hammering down. It's like, damn, I didn't want to believe it for real, but yeah, she lied. She lied.
Hindu house servant is what they are alleging that Iris was. And I am telling you, the fact that I just picked up on that in a vibe in a picture, do not tell me women do not have good gut instincts. I was just like, there's just something about the photo. It just wasn't loving. It felt very much like the help who got close with the kids but didn't want to be too close to the kids because, you know, you never know when the mom's going to get upset because you're too close to the kids, kind of a kid situation. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? A lot of this stuff is just common sense, but it's just not that common anymore. People are just like, I cannot believe my own eyes. I need to read the media. And CNN says that she's Jamaican. And then people were just confused. Like, they were literally asking the question, she was in Jamaica. How can you say that she's not black? How can you even ask me this question? Like, where is your common sense? If I up and move to Sweden, I get to suddenly say I'm white? What's wrong with you guys? I mean, this is like common sense. Of course, there are white people in Jamaica. There are white people everywhere. There are white people in Africa. Does not make.
I'm like, because Elon Musk was born in South Africa. Is he black? Exactly.
Them black. Elon Musk is not a strong black man. As much as I would love for him to be able to say he's a strong black man,
It would
to
be
really
hilarious.
upset the left. That's just
I mean, it
not
would
the
be
circumstance.
hilarious.
It is no version of reality that we exist in. And so this is fascinating. This is fascinating because this shows you a tremendous character flaw that we are stumbling upon. And a person that will steal an identity, like I said, a true communist trade. This is what they did. They were the best at it. They always took on different names. They took on different identities. They would style themselves differently. You have to remember that there was this influx of people also that were coming in from Russia. So many of the ills that we have in society today is because we received so many immigrants and there was no correct process of filtration to determine which one of these psychos, you know, amongst these people, how many of these people were the absolute psychos that were mass murdering Christians, okay, like mass murdering Christians leading up and after World War II and throwing us into gulags versus people that were actually escaping for freedom. There was no method. There was no method. There was just an open season of people moving around the world. This is what happens at the end of wars. This is why wars are dangerous. This is why you cannot detach war from various refugees crises. And what refugees crises implicate is that people who are bad can slip in through country borders. That is why wars are problematic, and I can't stand the war class that constantly is arguing for more wars, more wars, more wars. We're going to get to that, okay? So by the way, everything he just said makes complete sense if our suspicions are correct, right? Iris Cambridge is Irish. She is. And Oscar Harris is mixed Irish. That would make Donald Harris majority white. So if Kamala has a majority white father and an allegedly fully Indian mother, who I have my suspicions about, but I'm still taking my time to investigate her mother. I know I promised you that would be today, but I just want to dot my I's and cross my T's. Then that would make her indeed Indian Irish, just as Judge Joe Brown recalls. And again, this would be such an easy thing for Donald J. Harris to speak out against. You have two educated people. He'd be like, hey, Judge Joe Brown, what are you talking about? Why are you lying? Do you really think a judge would go on air and say all of those things, risking his reputation, his professional reputation, by just lying boldly? And to
it's funny though, but what was it? Judge Joe Brown actually touched on her mother. She said she's a high caste Indian. I think a warrior caste Indian got with her, and then she had to flee the country or something like that. I mean, it was something wild. Yeah.
Because they do got that caste system out there.
Yeah, they got the caste system according to your color, your skin color, actually. Yeah, like the lighter you are as an Indian, you're higher up. The darker you are, you're lower down. If you ever go to the slum of India, you'll see a whole bunch of. I was about to say it. Oh, you see a whole bunch of darkies.
I was gonna say melanated, but hey, all right.
To what end, by the way?
Right,
why would Judge Joe Brown, right? Just again,
or
common sense, to
melanated
evoke a little bit of
Indians.
common sense here. Why would Judge Joe Brown want to come out and claim that he knew that Donald J. Harris was not black? Why would he come out and claim that Kamala Harris was not black? How does that serve anything? He would want her to be black, right? He would love the idea of the first black female president. This is sick and this is disturbing. But by the way, just speaking of that genealogy, speaking of the very likely conclusion that she is majority Irish, that Donald J. Harris is majority Irish, it would also explain why the aforementioned Chris Harris, who signed off on Oscar Harris's death certificate as his son, that's him. These people look like Kamala's relatives. This would be Donald J. Harris's brother, who he intentionally chose not to mention in his piece, probably because, we're trying to make everybody think that Kamala is black. We need the help. We don't need the actual relatives. And this would be an actual relative. That man is extremely light. That man looks like he could be majority white, just as all of the documentation that we have is pointing to. That man would be the son of Iris Harris, who stole that middle initial for whatever reason and became Iris F. Harris on a ship manifest. And speaking of Donald Harris, by the way, I brought this up to you yesterday. What little we can find about him points to the fact that he may have been involved in drama and theater. We were able to confirm him as a student at the Titchfield Secondary School. So that would be like the equivalent to a high school here. This is an article that we found from June of 1955, and you can see highlighted, that Donald Harris is listed under boys under 19. So in 1955, he would have been 17 years old, and you can see that he's listed under a Festival of Arts concert, big event. And then we found another article from 1960, and I think this could be Donald Harris because we haven't been able to find any other Donald Harrises in Jamaica around this time, but he's again in a play. I couldn't read it too close. It looks like it's called Terminus there on the left-hand side. He's playing one of the attendants in the play that has this scene that's at the portal of death. It says that they are performing the last rites and that the play was written by a 20-year-old named Dennis Scott. So what are we to conclude from all of this? The reason why I'm bringing up the fact that he may be in the arts is because this was a focus for a lot of communists, like being able to sell yourself. It is something that I have brought up on the show many times. If you begin to look into the history of a lot of these world leaders who look to me like D-list actors, who behave like D-list actors. Don't even get me started on Zelensky constantly wearing military fatigues because he's trying to sell to us that he just needs more and more money and he's really down in the trenches, while we hear rumors that his wife is on shopping sprees in Paris. Don't get me started on the fact that it is true that Zelensky was an actor, a well-known actor. He played the role, okay? President Zelensky played the role of a president on a TV show before he actually became the president of Ukraine. Are we joking? Are we joking? I have to ask that question. Yes, he was in the arts. There's photos of him dressed up in latex and dancing, and it's all very a lot. It's all very a lot, my friends. That's all I'll say about that. You have Justin Trudeau. You have Emmanuel Macron, how he met his husband. He was in drama. He was in the drama class of Brigitte Macron. And so I just don't like when I start to see people who I believe are dedicated communists, who I can trace back to a history of theater. Again, we don't have a confirmation that that's definitively him, but I would say all the signs point to yes. And we are continuing to investigate him and his relationship with Shyamala Goblin, because I believe that a lot of these marriages at this time, and again, this is a theory not yet proven, were just arranged marriages to get papers. That they had a goal of getting papers, they had a way of getting papers. Sometimes it was simply to have a child get papers, to have anchor babies that could get papers. Whatever the system was, it appears to me that we should be taking a close look at what was motivating all of these marriages and these marriage announcements. I can't find these marriage certificates, but I can always find a marriage announcement. Even that, to me, feels somewhat suspicious. So we are definitely going to continue to investigate that. Those are just the updates that I have for you today. We're going to take a pause there. Thank one of our sponsors at the Wellness Company, because the world is getting more unpredictable each day. Political insanity, rumors of a civil war, an unstable stock market, and now the looming threat of a new global health emergency. Yep. Did you know that there's a indication that they wanted war with Russia right before Ukraine thing happened. 2016 was Russia, Russia, Russia every day. Russia's interfering with our elections. Donald Trump was at a hotel in Russia. We have the dossier. Christopher Steele. Russia, 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 spying on the Trump campaign. Russia, Russia's around the corner. Duck, it's Putin.
Man, it was Russia, Russia, Russia.
Why is Tucker talking to Russia, 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 Russia? And then, oh my gosh, it's so ironic. Like, Ukraine and Russia are at war, and we have to defend Ukraine. Like, that's what it's like predictive programming. My belief is obviously that wars are being planned in boardrooms, like way ahead of time.
I kind of connected with you a little bit, hinted at something, but we're going to prioritize doing the call-ins on weekends. So it'll be Saturday, Sunday. We'll kind of play with it, see when we can get the best engagement, and most people pull up. But yeah, you can expect that to be like a weekly part of our thing. We like engaging with y'all, like giving y'all the opportunity, you know, even haters, disagreeers, whatever, man. We like it when y'all are able to pull up and, you know, talk to us. So we'll probably do that on the weekends. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Time. It's about getting the masses on the side of the war. In 2024, they switched up the script just a little bit because we're already at war with Russia because NATO wants to expand into Russia's territory. They're pretending it's about something else, like Russia wants to redeem the Soviet empire. It's such a nonsense. Russia has a smaller GDP than California, but don't let the headlines fool you. No, they're the problem. We're the ones that keep expanding. NATO keeps expanding, but they're the problem, right? This is all about spreading democracy, you guys. Don't question the narrative. But like I said, in 2024, they switched up the narrative and just a tiny bit. And it was Iran. Iran tried to kill Trump twice. Oh, wait, really? Because I'm looking at these people that tried to kill Trump twice, and neither of these people look like they have anything to do with Iran. Don't question the narrative. Iran over here, Iran over there. I mean, it's just like every single sign has been there. Again, wars are agreed upon in boardrooms. I hope that by now you understand that. It is truly the best way to guard yourself is just by tethering yourself to reality. You and your family must be tethered to reality, okay? Our government and our media does not tell us the truth. Our media is not the fourth estate. They are the estate. They work with the government. They have been since Operation Mockingbird, since CIA put them on the payroll. These are the facts. You can look it up. Operation Mockingbird has never been discontinued, okay? Their job is to echo whatever it is that the Pentagon's aims are. And they even use Hollywood. The Pentagon has a Hollywood budget. In the Pentagon, there is a Hollywood office. Come on. Like that, we have to wake up to this. The signs were so everywhere that they even updated the draft this year. So I want to take you guys through the history of the draft in this country, because whenever you hear them start talking about the draft, it means they've already decided that we're going to war. So it's officially called the Selective Service System, and it was first founded to accommodate World War I in 1917, okay? It was then disbanded in 1920, and then they brought it back in 1940, just before Pearl Harbor, okay? Well, we didn't know we were going to go to war, but like, oh, it's just convenient that we've just brought it back. And Pearl Harbor's happening. Look at, boys, we're going to war. And then they terminated it in 1975 in a decision that it was actually immoral to force people to go into war and to draft them into military service. And they opted instead for a more moral, all-volunteer military. So you can choose to serve your country. But then when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, President Carter instituted the draft registration for boys to complete within 30 days of their 18th birthday, under penalty of 5 years imprisonment and up to $250,000 in fines. Now, to be clear, historically speaking, there has only ever been 14 convictions for the draft, for refusing the draft, and there haven't been any since 1986. But if you skip it, if you don't register for the draft and you turn
all right, boom. We're going to hop right into this Piers Morgan, the latest on the Israel-Iran situation at this point.
What does it?
No. I got that.
There we go.
All right, cool. Piers Morgan, let's do it.
Okay, we're going to do a deep dive into this.
The killing by the Israeli Air Force, where their bodies were dismembered. There's footage that came out of them being killed. I have a question for you.
Well, hang on.
Based on
you
what
stop
you
asking
just said
questions
about
for a minute. At some point, Loki, you're going to answer some of my questions. Because I don't come at this from supporting either over the other.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Well, many people know Loki as a rapper, a playwright, and a poet, but it's fair to say they even more know him as a fierce advocate for the rights of Palestinians and a fierce critic of Israel. The first and only time we've spoken was in the immediate aftermath of October the 7th. Israel and its supporters couldn't see beyond the horrors of that atrocity. Its critics were angered by how quickly it eclipsed decades of Palestinian suffering and heralded a great deal more. A lot has happened since then, but has anything really changed? Karim Dennis, better known as Loki, joins me in the studio now. And from Washington, D.C., I'm joined by the Lebanese-American author and activist Brigitte Gabriel. Well, welcome to both of you. Loki, we never met, so it's good to meet you. We had a pretty fiery exchange last time when I was in New York and you were here. Passions were running very high. I think it's fair to say from my experience of debates since, there's been no dilution in the way people feel about this. If anything, I think views are getting more and more entrenched as it goes on. What is your feeling about where we are now with this war and indeed the widening conflict with Israel apparently planning a ground incursion into Lebanon?
Well, that initial interview, there were three things that I stated which have since come clearly to fruition. So the first thing that I stated was that Mark Regev belongs in The Hague. Israel is currently in the ICJ charged with genocide. I also said that what Israel was doing in Gaza in an accumulative way over decades would amount with the military operation that they were about to launch to genocide. And the third thing that I said, which has also now been proven to have been the case, is that the Israeli military unfortunately implemented the Hannibal Directive on October 7th. And that, just so viewers are aware, is when Israel, of course, it was initially developed in Lebanon while trying to suppress the Lebanese population and stop them from battling the Israeli occupation. And it's whereby Israel takes measures to kill the captives who are Israeli that have been taken by the other side. Now, that happened on October 7th, and it's since been proven in 3 different cases. It happened, unfortunately, after...
It's been denied by Israel, to be clear.
It hasn't, though. It's been denied by certain upper echelons of the Israeli political establishment, but there have been key figures within the Air Force that have acknowledged that this has taken place. It's also been revealed by the Al Jazeera investigation, and other places too have gone very deep into it.
But you wouldn't say that the absolute vast majority of people killed and wounded on October the 7th were indeed killed and wounded by Hamas, because apart from anything else, Hamas were boasting about it and filming it as they were doing it.
I think actually the majority of people that were killed on October 7th and off the back of the October 7th were the Palestinian fighters that entered into what is considered to be Israel.
But we know
because they were killed, they were run over by cars, their bodies were dismembered. There's footage that came out of them being killed.
You feel sorry for the Hamas terrorists
No,
that
I'm
came in?
stating objective facts as a journalist that has researched this topic.
But what about the 1,200 people who they murdered and the 7,000 they wounded?
No. Hundreds of those people were killed when Israel implemented the Hannibal Directive.
That's just simply not true.
It simply is true.
It isn't.
And I encourage you, in the spirit of journalistic inquiry and curiosity, to really look that up.
It's already been thoroughly investigated.
It absolutely has not
But
been.
it has, Loki.
It's been investigated by Al Jazeera. It's been investigated by trustable news sources that have found this to be the case.
No, it's not true that hundreds of people in those named casualty numbers on the Israeli side
were killed by Israel. No, it's a fact. It's a documented fact. It's a documented fact. And you know what else? If you were to study those cars which were put forth as evidence that Hamas had killed those people fleeing the Nova Festival, the order came directly from the Israeli Air Force. This is a mass Hannibal. This is a dead zone. No cars will pass.
Did you watch the documentary? Did you watch the documentary last week on BBC Two?
No.
About the music festival, right? You literally see Hamas fighters with their GoPros going from car to car, murdering people.
That happened. Yeah, that happened.
Why are you trying to diminish the scale of what was going on?
I've just said that happened. That doesn't equate to diminishing what you've just stated.
It doesn't say hundreds
You're diminishing Apache helicopters bombing cars that contained civilians. You're diminishing all of the Israeli captives that have been killed by Israeli airstrikes. Israeli captives have come out of Gaza and said very clearly that actually they were scared of being killed by Israeli airstrikes.
Why are there hostages at all?
Well, this is, of course, an issue of 70 years of occupation, of dispossession, of ethnic cleansing,
You wouldn't
of
support the taking
attritional
of hostages,
genocide.
including Holocaust survivors and babies. You wouldn't support that.
I wouldn't take hostages, no.
So should they hand them back?
I think if you look historically at where the return of actual hostages has happened, you look at the case of Gilad Shalit, this was a case where an Israeli soldier was given back in exchange for the release of Palestinian prisoners. What you've actually seen in this case is a massive increase of Palestinian prisoners who are being tortured. There's been examples of rape within Israeli military camps. The rapists have come out and become celebrities within Israeli society. 68% of the Israeli population say they oppose the prosecuting of people that have been implicated in rape within the dungeon system. And if you really look at it, Israel has far more chance of returning hostages by negotiating for their release than by airstriking them.
But
what Israel has done as part of this campaign is airstrike and kill its own captives, the captives.
How would you have responded on October the 8th if you were running the Israeli government?
Ultimately,
the biggest terror attack on your people ever.
Ultimately,
I'd have told Pierce straight up, well, I wouldn't have took out 40,000 people. I'll tell you that off the rip. I mean, yeah, you're telling me 1,200 people lost. All right, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and hit them 10 times harder. I'll probably take, like I said I'll probably take a good 10. Anything after that, I'm pushing it. I'm supposed to be able to teach a lesson. Anything after that is kind of like, all right, dog, what are you really aiming for here? Because you're trying to say you're just trying to take out Hamas, but Hamas is supposed to be the people you're supposed to negotiate with. What are you gonna do? Destroy Hamas and negotiate with who?
Yeah.
Like who? Like, bro, that was their governing. And if you just take out that, who's going to speak for the people? While you're bombing the people as well, I mean.
What y'all don't understand about Hamas is that was the most popular political party in Palestine at the time. They got voted to prominence. It wasn't like it wasn't a hostile takeover. No, the Palestinian people said, oh, no, like Hamas, they're not for a two-party state. We're for the destruction of Israel. That was the popular consensus in Palestine. Like, take that for what you want, but that was how the Palestinian people felt, and they voted in Hamas.
Yeah.
It's pretty much exactly how it went.
So, like I said, nobody really goes into the history of how Israel treated Palestine.
It didn't start on October 7th, I'll tell you that.
Man. And I would just say this. If Israel is going to retaliate, let's be real. They're just inviting more people to dogpile on them.
Yeah.
That's a sad reality.
It is within the interests of everybody, especially those who identify as Israelis currently, to end Zionism. Zionism has dispossessed and disempowered and killed people on an industrial scale. Its maintenance requires 4 generations of Palestinian refugees scattered throughout the Middle East, the highest population of refugees there is in the world. Its maintenance requires the constant repression of Palestinian hopes for a better world.
Which I think is completely wrong. So I believe all Palestinian people should have exactly the same rights as you and I and every Israeli.
And that requires the end of Zionism. So therefore you support the end of Zionism.
Well, I don't agree with what has clearly been a form of occupation, okay? But putting that to one side, I also don't agree with Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis, funded by Iran, armed by Iran, launching wave after years and decades of terror attacks on Israel.
Do they have air forces? Do they have? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask some questions.
Do they have air forces and air defenses?
Let me ask.
Do they have air forces and air defenses?
So it sounds like you're defending what they do.
No, I'm saying there is a complete difference between one of the most powerful armies in the world, which has literally a key unit within the Israeli military, Unit 9900, is the visual unit which uses satellites in the sky that can pick off a bit of chewing gum on your shoe, okay? You're talking about actors that are shooting rockets which do not have precise targeting against one of the most powerful air forces in the world.
It sounds to me,
F-15s, F-16s, and F-35. You're talking about asymmetrical warfare. But you know, the thing that Israel doesn't remember, and which Israel has to know and must know, that winning a war is not about killing on an industrial scale the weakest among the population you are targeting, which Israel excels at, which is the essence of Zionism. Winning a war is about the largest amount of people being convinced of your viewpoint. If we use that metric to understand this war, Israel has lost in Gaza and it will lose in Lebanon because Israel has more enemies around the world than ever before. More people are critical of Zionism than ever before. More people understand it to be essentially an anti-life ideology, which is causing mass human suffering.
But Loki, at the same time, Hamas, Hezbollah are wedged.
I don't really defend Hamas' decision. It's just like, well, damn. I don't defend it, but I do see it as a, well, what do you expect?
Yeah, that's what I always say. Like,
it's like, I don't offend it. It's like this. It's like, bro, it's like kind of like when your kid's getting bullied and all of a sudden, let's say your kid takes a pipe and go upside that kid's head.
Right.
I can't defend it, but if you were bullying my kid, what did you expect?
Yeah, when analyzing the full scale of the situation and realizing it predates October 7th, it is exactly that. Like, these people have the perspective of, you know, being the underdog, being the bald-headed stepchild, for lack of a better term. And it's just kind of like, what does that lead to, right? Years of that abuse, that neglect, what does that lead to? And for those of y'all who don't know, Israel has had full control over Palestine and the Gaza Strip.
And it shouldn't be anti-Semitic or defending Hamas to say that I don't defend Hamas actions, but what do you expect?
You know, and just to let me finish that point, you know, to round that off, it's like they control the energy, the food supply, the water supply. Like, they have really subjugated these people in a way that could only breed that type of hate and vitriol for Israeli people. Not defending themselves or not defending Hamas or anything like that, but I'm just kind of telling you the mindset.
Wedded, and make no secret of being wedded, to the destruction of Israel. The destruction. That is a nihilistic form of genocide. The very genocide that its supporters, like you, would say is being waged against their people. They are explicit. We want the destruction of Israel. And they have tried to enact this on October the 7th. And Hezbollah's response the next day, within hours, was to unleash rockets on Israel as well and to carry on doing it for a year. At some point, Israel obviously was going to respond with massive force to the biggest attack on its people. Obviously, they were going to do that. Hamas knew they would do that. Iran, who were funding it, knew they were going to do that. Hezbollah knew they would do that. Hezbollah knew if they kept rattling the Israel cage with their rockets, that they would get a response of the kind we're seeing now. What they underestimated is that Israel would be quite as successful as they're being right now with Hezbollah and taking out all its command leadership. And you can feel that the momentum has switched now, where Israeli people, in particular, and all the polling, are now beginning to go back to supporting Netanyahu because they believe, rightly or wrongly, but they believe Hamas and Hezbollah when they say, we want to destroy Israel. They believe it, and they believe that they have to defend themselves. Do you understand that?
We understand a lot of y'all may have different opinions when it comes to the Israel-Palestine situation. Feel free to get those thoughts off your chest, comments, thoughts, disagreements. $1 or more super chat will engage directly with you. But yeah, just understand the situation predates October 7th when analyzing the full scope of things. Like, a lot of people like to start looking at the timeline on October 7th, and it leads to a skewed, biased perspective. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, because people like to snapshot it like everything popped off at October 2nd. It was unprovoked, unsolicited. It's like, no, there's a lot of things that went into that attack.
Not excusing either side.
Not excusing either side, but yeah, there's a lot of things that, well, if you actually talk to Hamas, if you get a translator and you was to talk to Hamas, you would be surprised at what they tell you. It's not just going to be a whole lot of Jewish hatred. It's going to be like, bro, well, let me tell you the history of this and where it worked up to now.
Right. And I would just like to add, for those of y'all who are full pro-Israel, we got to support Israel no matter right or wrong. I've heard that take. We got to fully support Israel regardless of what it means, weapon, funding, whatever, right? Understand that that's coming from our taxpayer dollars. So while
they don't care,
bro, but understand that. I want people to really understand that, because they'll say that blindly, not really understanding how that correlates and how that affects the taxpayer or us in the back end. So like they'll be like, oh yeah, Israel, and I'm just like, okay, well,
I feel like
I'm for de-escalation.
I feel like being part of a Zionist is Israel or nothing though.
But when they say, oh, we'll defend Israel, we'll support Israel at any cost, and I'm just like, Netanyahu has a clear stance on like the destruction of Hamas and all these other Islamic groups. I'm just like, don't y'all understand that that's like the continuation of war? I'm for de-escalation.
Now, yeah, I'm for de-escalation too, but I don't think these people, the Israel sees Palestinians as people they can even negotiate with, or they just refuse to negotiate with them because they have so much power over them.
That's very true. I mean, Netanyahu himself has said he doesn't agree with the two-party solution.
Bro, it's it's gonna sound brutal, but it's like negotiating with your dog. It's like, dog, you damn near living in my house. The only reason you're in here is under my grace. We could take you off the earth any day if it wasn't a national crime. Like, it's damn near like how Russia is doing Ukraine, except on a more severe level.
You're right.
Have a response. The Likud
and now,
platform,
you know, it's crazy. It is like negotiating with your dog, but the neighbor got to come over and help negotiate for your dog, which is Lebanon, and Hezbollah is coming over. And then if they get involved, then, well, somebody else is going to
I'm sorry, but that's a very ignorant stance. The Palestinian people could have assimilated into Israel years ago. Don't you guys understand that these two are essentially mortal enemies?
Well, in 1948, they did get kicked off their land. Like, they was there for generations. They had houses built and all that. And, well, they was kicked off their land. You don't think that's going to leave a bad taste in their mouth for all these years? Like, wait, did they just forget to tell you that part? Oh, what? You thought it was a peaceful transition. Oh, you thought they just went in there and the Jews just knocked on the door and was like, knock, knock, Palestinians, guess what? You gotta go. It's our land now. No, they was like, nope, get on out. And if you come back, we're going to kill you. That's what it was. Now,
yes, we sanctioned that. So Israel's actions has always been sanctioned and supported by the United States. UN gave them that land, so that was sanctioned by us. We've supported them throughout all the conflict they've had out there in the Middle East, especially with Palestine. That's been sanctioned and supported by us. So all their moves have literally been co-signed by us at one point in time.
And change dog to child. Let's say you're negotiating with your child. All right, either way, it's because dogs do sound messed up.
And people say that's not their land. They occupied that land. They had tenure in that land.
Yeah.
At 1948, at that point in time, they were there. And I know there's a little bit more historical context when it comes to that. I know that land has always been rivaled. You know, many nations and tribes have laid claim to that land. I'm a little bit more privy to historical facts on that than y'all might assume. But at the time, in 1948, when those people were given the land, the Palestinian people had tenure there.
Yeah, been there.
So...
And they just infringed on their rights and kicked them out. And, you know, there's Israel today. And, you know, we are going to pretend like that wasn't going to leave a bad taste in nobody's mouth. And now y'all surprised about October 7th. That's crazy. In my eyes,
bro, there's people that get on there and say, hey, show me Palestine on the map. I'll be like, yo, you're disrespectful.
Like, what?
Yo, you're disrespectful, yo. Like, crazy. Like, it doesn't exist. I'll be like, yo.
Well, maybe we should show you a world map in the 1930s. Then you'd probably rethink that.
Is its charter states very clearly, there will be no Palestinian sovereignty between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. The Likud Charter calls for the complete obliteration of Palestine and all of the rights of Palestinians. That is the core of the issue. One group that you're talking about don't have air defenses and do not have an air force. And are internationally isolated.
As you know.
And are internationally isolated.
And yet they were
the other one has the support of the United States, which has over around 1,000 military bases around the world. And of course, all of the largesse from literally the US after Israel has taken its terrorist actions, which the former head of the CIA, Leon Panetta, called it a form of terrorism in Lebanon with the pager attack. Right after that, the US has said it's going to give $8.7 billion in military aid to Israel.
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an act of terrorism then?
I would say that the killing by the Israeli Air Force of Israeli citizens was an act of terror. I would say that Palestinians who have lived in camps for several generations, they're not in our shoes. They're not living the kind of lives that we live in the places
but we haven't
that
answered
we
my
live.
question.
But I'm answering your question. To a Palestinian who has suffered their entire life under the boot of Israeli occupation.
see, this is the problem when everybody want to say biblically, right? So when you say, oh, well, biblically is their land, you're asking me to be a religious supremacist. You're asking me to put one religion over, well, an entire people's land, their culture, and all that. You're asking me to be a religious supremacist. So you got to watch what you say. Well, biblically, so biblically, you want me to put the Bible or the Torah over the Quran. But if we both hold them equal, and we say, well, fair is fair, then that kind of cancels out your argument. You just can't go into people's land and kick them off and then put under religious rights. That's okay. I'm like, bro, how are we going to get mad at the Islam for stoning women in the dirt when we out here kicking people off land and then putting it on religious background? It's like, then we should go ahead and leave Islam alone. We should go ahead and leave the Muslims alone then if that's what we're going to do with the Jews. Fair is fair, right?
Damn, Les. Shout out to you. $5 super chat. I kind of seen part of what you said, but yeah.
What you view as justified will not be what they view as justified.
I asked you what you
think. The very same way that you denounce figures and define them depending to these particular legislatory definitions. Throughout history, the very same people.
I understand.
You compared yourself to Nelson Mandela. I
understand.
The ANC were absolutely treated in exactly the same way. The FLN were treated in exactly the same way. The Vietnamese were treated in exactly the same way.
Okay.
I'm speaking directly to your point. In fact, William Cuffey of the Chartists, these were people.
So understand you have world history and then you have religious history.
Yeah.
Make sure you understand what you're referring to when some of y'all are bringing out these
like
Bible-centered facts, you know. And there's nothing wrong with that, but just understand what you're referencing.
That mobilized for hundreds of years.
I'm gonna be real with you. I respect all religions, but when it comes to human rights, humanitarian like rights here, I don't think we should be putting one religion over another or letting one people suffer under the guidelines of another religion.
When you say we have no idea what the Quran is about, it's almost like I know the stance you're taking. You're inferring like, oh, if you really knew what it was about, then you wouldn't support it. I kind of already know the stance the view that you have, my friend, and that's all fine and dandy. Nobody over here has S.E.T. and
But I don't hold not one religion over another.
Yeah,
I'm never gonna sit here and cape for Christians saying that they can do evil because they're Christians. Just like I won't cape for Jews, Muslims, or anybody else who try to do evil under their religion.
Neither one of us are espousing that one religion is better than the other. Or you're free to believe what you want.
And I'm not gonna say evil. I'm gonna say unjust actions.
To get the right to vote that didn't own property and were not landed gentry in this country. Do you know what happened to them? They were imprisoned as terrorists. They were massacred at Manchester.
I know the same history you do, but I simply asked you, given that you categorize what Israel did to Hezbollah with the pages, whether you said it was an act of terror, whether you think what Hamas did to Israelis on October 7th was an act of terror.
As I said to you then, the picture is not clear of what exactly Hamas did to Israelis. There were lies about 40 beheaded babies that were pumped out.
All right, appreciate you, Les. Coming back in with another 5. He says, forget 1948 for a moment. Biblically, they have been fighting back and forth, and unfortunately, they will forever fight back and forth. It does seem like we're kind of destined for that reality, but man.
He ain't on point, though. That's a good point.
Man.
Well, here's the thing, and I always just say, if you want the... shit. Well, we know the fix all to this situation, but we don't want to say it out loud. And there's really, I'm just going to say, so it's either we get Israel to subjugate the Islamic nations around them, or we give in to Islamic nations and move Israel. Who's going to budge first is the question, though.
Yeah, it is
all over the place. No.
It is kind of an issue of placement, you know, with the geographical positioning. It kind of is. It's always. It does seem like it is set up for tension to always be there, but that's not to say that we should approach it with a hands-off approach. I do think that there needs to be some type of intervention. And man, shit, I know it's cliche, but peace in the Middle East, man. Nobody wants to see these kids getting bombed. And that just sets up our future for more and more terror, more and more conflict. Like, you think these people like seeing their family, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers get bombed? How do you think that radicalizes a small, young Palestinian boy? Like, stop playing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't keep killing these people and expecting them just to obey all of a sudden.
The same thing on the other side. The same thing on the other side. If the reports are true, or from what we hear and from what we see, like the same thing the same thing applies to Israelis. Young Israelis seeing their women get quote unquote, all these good stuff that we hear. How do you think that makes a young Israel child feel?
It's like there will never be a resolution.
Right.
There was so much fake news and lies on what happened on October 7th. How can we actually say...
Have you watched the Hamas footage that they took themselves?
Seen bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces.
Yeah.
Literally bits and pieces of people's bodies.
No.
No?
What
Really?
I don't understand...
You haven't seen it,
Bro, religion is blood. We're not going to forget about the holy wars, are we, CN?
Man.
Come on, dog. I rock with you, but religion is bloodshed. Religion is... dominating.
I'm gonna be real with you. What religion hasn't been violent to other religions?
Man, bro, there's no religion that in the history of time that hasn't.
Yeah, that hasn't shed blood over their belief. Like, so that's what I'm saying. We can't even sit here and try to virtue signal any religion.
Like, it's all good, bro. It's all good. I know they want to make it seem a certain type of way, but listen, if you zoom out a little bit, you'll realize that everybody is guilty of all the same things.
Everybody's made head rolls over the cross, over the Quran, bro. A lot of people done did some wild things over religion.
And shout out Uncle Ben. He done sent in $1.49, a little super sticker banana. No Diddy. Appreciate you, dog.
I understand. What do you want to see? I'm happy to.
Then Les coming back in with another 5. Appreciate you, bro. He said, and then in lies the problem. Neither side will ever budge. Yeah,
yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's kind of just like, well, then who's gonna win at this point? And then how much are we willing to invest in Israel? I think our card is being pulled at this point. Are we gonna put boots on the ground on Israel? Or are we just gonna give them what are we gonna do? Help them with the missiles? Just make sure no missiles touch them, but we're not gonna get involved with the
We've
air.
already supplied them with the air defense system. We've already, what they say, sent 40,000 troops over there just this week or in the past month.
Okay, so they're already boots on the ground then.
But if you go off what Kamala says, then we have we have no soldiers in active war, bro. We literally just showed a TikTok of people active duty military men watching her say that in the debate and literally scrolling around with the camera laughing like, what the hell? What are we doing?
Nah, we're in hiding doing this shit.
Nah, yeah, see, and it's just a matter of perspective, bro. It's just a matter of perspective. I know that's what they try and say. I used to believe that growing up. Like, damn, they a hateful bunch. And then you kind of zoom out and it's like, nah, like that's what religion is. Like
that's what it can turn into with the wrong influence. Yeah. With the wrong influence.
But historically, that's what religion has been. I won't amend that statement. Historically, all religions have purported some type of violence.
Yeah, that's true.
No, as in I would like to see these things. But what
religion, I think, is motherfucking Buddhism. I think Buddha is probably the only peaceful religion. I think that's the only one where nobody even had made head rolls over it.
And shout out Vlad coming in with a $5 super chat. He says, I love both peoples and have experienced both cultures. Yeah, myself, bro. And that's what it took to kind of come for me to come to this enlightenment, because like I said, I grew up thinking I grew up Christian. So obviously, right, you know what they tell us. And
I don't like how it translates over here into America, because now we got like America Palestinian against Jewish, like American Jews, and it's like, what's going on here? Like, hold on, y'all shouldn't be beefing. They're over there, leave that to them.
Right.
Like, y'all should be sending messages to them, telling them to stop, not over here getting into it yourselves.
And then to finish out, he says, problem is there's radicals on both sides. Fueling fear against each other. Yep, that's the radicals are the loud minority, I'll say.
Yeah.
In both of these groups. And while not everybody feels that way from either respective side, the radicals do kind of, like I said, they're the loud minority. So that's what we all see. That's the videos we see. That's what the stories that make headlines is the radicals.
Yeah, but that is true. Buddhism is the only one without no violent crime.
Facts. We trying to give y'all an enlightened perspective over here at S.E.T Media, man. We don't just talk politics, man. We know a little something.
Shout out theology.
I'm saying to you that you are seeming to minimize, in my opinion, is the fact that the Hannibal Directive was implemented. If the Hannibal Directive was implemented, if a fake news campaign was rolled out...
I'm about to read you something. A July 2024 Harrods investigation revealed the IDF ordered the Hannibal Directive to be used.
Yeah, shout out Shane Hannon.
I was too funny.
So Jediism hasn't killed anybody. What do you mean? What about the Force?
Jediism hasn't killed anyone.
Oh, my bad. I'm about to sound like a dumbass. I haven't seen Star Wars, guys. Is the Force not Jedi?
Yeah, not a Jedi. Well, damn. Yeah, that's true.
I didn't see motherfuckers get choked out.
Oh,
with
God.
the
I
Force.
didn't see people get electrocuted with that mother. Like, whoa.
No, I've seen probably a solid 30 minutes of all Star Wars, but hey, like,
oh man,
don't crucify me, y'all.
But if you talking about the other religion, well, we know that answer.
Oh God.
Adding, Haritz does not know whether or how many civilians and soldiers were hit due to these procedures, but the cumulative data indicates that many of the kidnapped people were at risk exposed to Israeli gunfire, even if they weren't the target. In other words, there may well have been a directive
that's
issue,
what you thought I was
says
do, bro.
Haritz.
I have respect for all
but
religious
nobody
practices.
knows whether anyone was even hit or killed.
Look at the cars. Look at the cars fleeing the Nova Festival.
I've watched the video footage of what Hamas did to people
why
with the
not-
cars.
why not
Here's my
finish?
point, Loki.
Why wouldn't I finish
Here's my
that?
point,
Look at the
Loki.
Nova
Let me
Festival.
finish. My point is, you have extrapolated this and you've taken it to hundreds of people in the 1,200 that
Talking
were
to somebody
said to
who
have
grew up
been
in both
killed
cultures,
were
bro.
killed by Israelis.
Yeah.
There is absolutely...
That's documented.
There is zero evidence.
No, there is.
The hundreds of people were
Read
killed.
the Electronic Intifada. Read The Grey Zone. Read Al Jazeera. Look at the Al Jazeera documentary. You'll see
in
it.
July this year, there is no evidence.
No, actually, there is evidence. And
Why didn't they?
Haritz pointed some of it out early on.
They didn't. I've just read
At the
it to you.
Eretz crossing, they pointed out
I've literally
that an
just read it
airstrike
to
was
you.
called in.
I've just read to you what they found.
Well, you've read one article which clearly shows that the Hannibal Directive was implemented.
No, a
Let me
Haritz
ask you a question.
investigation.
If an Apache helicopter shoots at a car, what happens to the car?
Have you-
Do you think
Here's the thing,
Hamas?
it's-
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that the use of AK-47s would cause the damage that was done to those cars fleeing the
I
Nova
think
Festival?
that because
it wouldn't.
I think because you have chosen not to view the footage.
And Les Phillips chimed in and he said, actually, Buddhism has had its violence as well. Every religion has had some sort of violence on its behalf.
I stand corrected.
And that was kind of my take. I really couldn't speak to that point, but
Shoot, I just never heard of it. I'm just being like, I don't know. I never heard a time where Buddhists run around being like, it's either you're Buddha or you die. I'm like, whoa, wait. But I've heard of Muslims doing it. I heard of Christians doing it, Jews doing it, maybe Hindus. But I ain't never heard the Buddhists walking out just like, all right, bro, Buddha or die.
yeah, we probably just ain't heard that story just yet. But,
Okay, how about this? I say nobody's ever crusaded on Buddha.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. Hey,
Wow,
I like being wrong. I love being stand corrected.
That's a hating ass comment. Somebody said just to type it instead of super chatting in. That's wild as hell. But anyways, Judaism isn't about Jediism isn't about Star Wars. Look into it.
Jediism is
that's a real religion?
hilarious.
Oh shit.
I might have to look that
Oh
one.
man, you must went over my head. I ain't gonna lie.
I went over my head as well. I ain't gonna lie.
The Hamas
As soon
broadcast.
as I
to the
look it
world.
up,
I see
You are
Jediism and a
informed
laughing
about
emoji.
this.
I
And
just
my
assumed
advice
Star
to you,
Wars.
You're
given
informed about it,
given how
unfortunately.
engaged you are in this whole thing, I'm staggered you just haven't watched that footage. Then you wouldn't be asking me these questions.
But to the wider issue of what we're talking about, this is far, far bigger than one day.
Yeah, but I'm only asking you.
It's
I know.
almost become a religion.
Understand,
October 7th.
Understand.
Let's be clear.
But I only
It's
asked you one
become
comparison.
something-
You view what Israel did to Hezbollah.
Bro.
You've been firing rockets at them all
Unless you're
year,
talking about
displacing
Judaism.
70,000 people in northern Israel.
Yeah,
you
bro.
view what they did with those pages as an act of terrorism.
no
I simply
way,
said to
bro.
you,
You gotta be
do you
talking
think
about
what
Judaism.
Hamas did on October 7th is
And shout out Seth Troutman, man. I got you on this one.
Bro, but real quick, it literally says Jediism is a tongue-in-cheek joke religion. So, unless you talk about Judaism, bro, I think you are referencing like some Star Wars lore. But yeah, shout out Steph. You got it, bro. Or you want me to? Yeah. Hey guys, sent a new video. It's off topic, y'all. On it, only 50s, but it about how forest is important. And well, let's face it, hurricane would have not been as bad if we had more tree and not always cutting it down. Well, shit.
I mean,
Wait.
more force? Man, it might be. Hey, that's a strong stand. You know, more soil to soak it up. But,
Somebody did. One of the members did mention forest.
huh?
Seen one of the members mention forest in one of our community posts. Shout out the membership program, man. You make sure to go check out that membership program, man. Priority to members on all call-in shows, and we got some special announcements coming up for the members as well. Go ahead and check out our membership program. And Les Phillips said, actually, yep. Shout out Les.
an act of terrorism. And you've been really struggling to give a straight answer.
Let me ask
You're trying to distract me by saying Hannibal directive,
let me ask you a
hundreds
question.
were killed.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you
Give a straight
believe?
answer.
Do you believe in the provisions of the Genocide Convention?
Shout out Martian Gamer. He said you'd be surprised the stuff people would believe in. Nah, that's facts, bro. Some of these people were extremely misled, willfully misled, and I'll just say borderline ignorant
or extremist.
Yeah,
extremism is one of the best words for some people.
Yeah, for sure.
When it comes to their religious ideology, sometimes, which it could be a good and a bad, I guess.
I do not believe what Israel's doing is waging genocide.
That's not why I'm
asking. Do you know why?
That's not why I'm asking you. It's not why I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is Article 1 of the Convention on the Prevention and the Punishment of Genocide says that all parties that are part of this are under obligation to prevent the occurrence of genocide and punish those responsible for its commission. There is a sound argument. There is a sound argument.
How many people live in Gaza?
2 million people live in Gaza.
How many have been killed?
Well, I mean, the Lancet Medical Journal has put forth the assertion that 200,000 people's lives have been ended by Israel's operation.
Well, it's completely untrue.
But that's the Lancet Medical Journal. So the Lancet Medical Journal is a more trustworthy source than you. The Palestinians are saying 42,000 as of today.
The Palestinian Hamas-run.
No, but that's not how genocide works. But that's not how genocide works, Piers.
No.
But you know that's not how genocide works.
No, I'm about to tell you.
But you know that's not how genocide works.
So you don't believe the Palestinian Health Authority numbers?
No, I believe them. But what I'm saying
you think 5 times as many people have been killed?
I've heard that also. I've been hearing that around I've been hearing that around Twitter, and I've heard it around certain geopolitical people. What was it, Solomon? I forgot his last name, but I know his name is Suleiman. And he said, around possibly 400K Palestinians have died. And I'm just like, bro, there ain't no goddamn way.
Shit, I found it. Jediism is a new philosophy supporting the idea of one all-powerful life energy force that connects all living things in the universe together. Only by balancing our self-awareness with unity awareness in the force can we find ourselves and discover our meaning and purpose.
I'm weak.
Jedis believe we are all interconnected and one with the universal life force. Study. Okay, wow, okay. Intelligence, creativity, self-control, and superpower. All right, well, damn. I stand corrected.
Okay, it's a religion. Shout out.
Do a little bit of a deep dive, but yeah.
But all right.
Got a whole church.
You caught me off guard.
No, I'm about to tell you.
But you know that's not how genocide works.
But yeah, they're pretty much trying to say that 400K Palestinians have actually, met their end instead of the 40K. And I'm just like, there's just no way. And I'm doubting that myself. And this is coming from people who are saying they have close ties to it. And maybe this is just me wanting to disbelieve it because I don't want to believe that many people's been taken out. Sadly, I am more comfortable with the 40. Wish it wasn't that, but I'll be way more comfortable with it just being that.
So you don't believe the Palestinian Health Authority numbers?
No, I believe them. But what I'm saying
to you... You think 5 times as many people have been killed?
I've literally just quoted to you what the Lancet Medical Association has said, and I've also quoted to you what they have said.
You know why it
there.
matters,
But
right?
that's also not how genocide works.
I share a lot of your misgivings about the scale and proportionate response of what's been going on in Gaza, and I've said that repeatedly. But I don't think it constitutes a genocide because Israel has the power, should it want to kill all 2 million. But this is let me finish. They have.
All right, y'all want to go back to the Candace? I've seen a couple of people say that too.
All right, sure. Let's go back to that one Candace video. I ain't got no problem with it. Do we still got it up?
Yes, we do.
All right, then. Finish it out.
18 and you are a male, you will be barred from working government jobs. You'll be barred from receiving student loans.
Back to her point.
And in around
her overlining point when she was explaining this whole war. Let's start it from the beginning here. Let's go.
As I've been telling you now for 2 years, that they were planning World War III. I've never seen anything more obvious ever. Either I'm becoming more intuitive or they are just becoming this sloppy and this predictable. Something happened when Trump became president and I just was able to see the media through a new lens, really, truly. That will forever be his greatest contribution, which was just fake news. And you just can't unsee it. You cannot unsee the way in which they just engineer our ideas and our thoughts towards a larger agenda because they want us to think that we're a part of it, like we're living living through all of these things emotionally, but nothing is reality. It's all planned, right? And there was no greater indication that they wanted war with Russia, right? Before the Ukraine thing happened, 2016 was Russia, Russia, Russia every day. Russia's interfering with our elections. Donald Trump was at a hotel in Russia. We have the dossier, Christopher Steele. Russia, 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 spying on the Trump campaign. Russia, Russia's around the corner. Duck, it's Putin. Why is Tucker talking to Russia, 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 Russia? And then, oh my gosh, it's so ironic. Like, Ukraine and Russia are at war, and we have to defend Ukraine. Like, that's what, it's like predictive programming. My belief is obviously that wars are being planned in boardrooms, like way ahead of time. It's about getting the masses on the side of the war. In 2024, they switched up the script just a little bit because we're already at war with Russia because NATO wants to expand into Russia's territory. They're pretending it's about something else, like Russia wants to redeem the Soviet Empire. It's such a nonsense. Russia has a smaller GDP than California. But don't let the headlines fool you. No, they're the problem. We're the ones that keep expanding. NATO keeps expanding. But they're the problem, right? This is all about spreading democracy, you guys. Don't question the narrative. But like I said, in 2024, they switched up the narrative. And just a tiny bit, it was Iran. Iran tried to kill Trump twice. Oh, wait, really? Because I'm looking at these people that tried to kill Trump twice, and neither of these people look like they have anything to do with Iran. Don't question the narrative. Iran over here, Iran over there. I mean, it's just like every single sign has been there.
So it's been
Again,
about Iran.
wars are agreed upon in boardrooms. I hope that by now you understand that. It is truly.
That's why I was getting a little scared when Trump trying to say, oh, Iran, they say Iran trying to assassinate me. I'm like, bro, don't run on that. Please do not run on that. Because, dog, if anything happens to you, everybody's going to try to step towards Iran for it. And we're going to give Benjamin Netanyahu what he's been wanting all along, the destruction of Iran. And I don't know why he wants it, but I just don't like giving, certain world leaders whatever they want. It be Putin, Benjamin Netanyahu, Kim Jong. No. I don't like aligning with certain people's agendas to the T.
The best way to guard yourself is just by tethering yourself to reality. You and your family must be tethered to reality, okay? Our government and our media does not tell us the truth. Our media is not the fourth estate. They are the estate. They work with the government. They have been since Operation Mockingbird, since CIA put them on the payroll. These are the facts. You can look it up. Operation Mockingbird has never been discontinued, okay? Their job is to echo whatever it is that the Pentagon's aims are. And they even use Hollywood. The Pentagon has a Hollywood budget. In the Pentagon, there is a Hollywood office. Come on. Like that, we have to wake up to this. The signs were so everywhere that they even updated the draft this year. So I want to take you guys through the history of the draft in this country, because whenever you hear them start talking about the draft, it means they've already decided that we're going to war. So it's officially called the Selective Service System, and it was first founded to accommodate World War I in 1917. Okay, it was then disbanded in 1920, and then they brought it back in 1940, just before Pearl Harbor. Okay. Well, we didn't know we were going to go to war, but it's just convenient that we've just brought it back. And Pearl Harbor's happened, and look at, boys, we're going to war.
I ain't doing enough.
And then they terminated it in 1975 in a decision.
Shout out Les Phillips, showing me back on another 5, bro. Appreciate that. He says, you do know that Iran sent an assassin and he was caught on the way, right?
Wait, what? Really?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Wait.
Because now we did say no, because Trump was saying that, Iran is over here sending assassins to him. And I did comment, I don't kind of like how he's putting that rhetoric out, because that rhetoric to go after Iran has kind of been put out for a while. And we don't really need beef with Iran. I like the way Trump was handling Iran by just kind of keeping them at a certain economic level. I like that. I like that handling of Iran. Bombing kids and putting boots on the ground and all that good stuff and risking American lives. I don't like that too much. I don't agree with it. But hey, that's just me just wanting, peace. There's other ways we could do. There's other ways to do this. We don't gotta go to put boots on ground and get American soldiers into it. Hey, if it calls, it calls. And guess what? If they send us to the battlefield, well, guess what? I'll be on the battlefield. It is what it is. But I would like for it to be avoided, though.
That it was actually immoral to force people to go into war and to draft them into military service. And they opted instead for a more moral, all-volunteer military. So you can choose to serve your country. But then when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, President Carter reinstituted the draft registration for boys to complete within 30 days of their 18th birthday under penalty of 5 years imprisonment and up to $250,000 in fines. Now, to be clear, historically speaking, there has only ever been 14 convictions for the draft, for refusing the draft, and there haven't been any since 1986. But if you skip it, if you don't register for the draft and you turn 18 and you are a male, you will be barred from working government jobs. You'll be barred from receiving student loans.
Wow.
And in around 40 states, you'll be barred from obtaining a driver's license. By the way, first two sound great. I want to work government job, and I don't even think kids should be going to university, given how dumb they're making everybody and how Marxist they're making all the students. But not being able to obtain a driver's license is a way to punish you for not signing up for the draft. So the case in point that I'm making, obviously, is that when Washington begins tinkering with draft laws, it means the boardroom has planned our war, and that's exactly what happened back in June of 2024. You might have missed it. You might have missed this in the news. But the House suddenly decided to pass a large defense budget that included a provision that would automatically enroll young men between the ages of 18 and 26 for the draft. Okay, this was the House's version of the National Defense Authorization Act, which authorized, of course, $895 billion in more military spending because...
But hold on, he was nice. All right, cool. You want to disrespect nice key? Great. Now you get mean set. Boom, you're gone. 24 hours.
Who's counting, and it's okay if they can't count at all or audit themselves, as that's just, we're supposed to expect that now. And they were able to pass that in the House by a vote of 217 to 199, okay? So there is nothing, in my view, that is creative about this process anymore. It's all the exact same formula every single time. Insert terrorist attack, you got 9/11, Pearl Harbor, October 7th, take your pick. Then you have the media in lockstep, making sweeping condemnations of any person who considers the past, the present, or the future after a terrorist attack. Any person that says, hey, you know what, I really think 9/11 was bad, but maybe we shouldn't be agreeing to the Patriot Act. Maybe that's actually fundamentally not going to render us freer. Like maybe we don't need to be strip searched at TSA. Terrorist, terrorist sympathizer. The media has decided we're all on board and we are going to war in the Middle East forever. Damn. And if you disagree with that, you are the problem. You like terrorists in the Middle East. This is
Jesus Christ.
Bad person.
But it kind of feels like Russia, like, I don't know. I don't think we should be like low-key feuding Ukraine to take on Russia. It kind of seems hopeless. Russian sympathizer, Putin lover, Putin apologist. I'm just like... Russian sympathizer. I'm like, hold on. Just because I'm kind of speaking for peace or I'm being a realist about the situation, I'm a sympathizer now? All right. Well, if I am, man, I'm missing a whole lot of Russian rubles right now.
It's become like a Will Ferrell movie, to be honest with you. There's just this immediate orthodoxy that's established, and anyone who questions it is effectively excommunicated and smeared. And then there's always the war propaganda effort. You've got the annual movie, and it's all becoming a little bit too much. So color me not shocked at all that tensions are increasing in the Middle East, because that is by design. We're going to talk about Israel's contributions, but first I want to remind you about American financing. Mortgage interest rates are dropping and are now in the fours. If you have any hope need to get out of mortgage, 800-795 October 7th. And everyone in the media was saying to us, like, October 7th happened and Israel can defend itself. And of course, those of us who are just honest know that Israel cannot defend itself. We get dragged into Israel's wars. And I know you're not allowed to say it. We're not allowed to say it. But they've already written every single hit piece, every journalist that has gone on vacation at the expense of AIPAC. You've already written your pieces. So if it's cool right now, I would just like to speak to Americans, those of us who are very awake to what is going on, okay? The reality is we always knew that they weren't going to defend themselves, not financially and not by themselves on the ground, because they don't have enough people. That's what America is for. We are basically the piggy bank for the world, right? Ukraine cannot defend itself. Obviously not. They cannot defend themselves. So it's like here, America's got to handle it. And inevitably, we absolutely knew. I said, not a single American daughter or son should die to defend a foreign nation.
Shout out Martian Gamer. Another $5 super chat. He says, they don't like terrorists in other countries. but they let them in ours. It's funny, ain't it? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say UK does have the same problem. Canada has kind of the same issue.
No, but there's some countries that kind of say, oh yeah, we take in no immigrants, but for some reason, I guess the more wealthy country be like, yeah, but y'all gotta take in all the immigrants. I'm like, come on, bro, what? It's like anything but to help these people where they're at. We just gotta take them in.
France kind of has that issue.
Yeah,
there are some European countries. I say Western countries. There's some Western countries that share our issue. So. Yeah, it's just now kind of getting to America as bad as it has been in some of these European countries. I'll be honest, they got a big migration population in all those countries I just listed.
I have said this since I have been in politics. I am consistent on this, okay? And so, is anybody shocked that we are now agreeing to send troops into the Middle East? You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be, because every time Bibi Netanyahu has arrived at Congress to say that he wants war, we go to war. Let's just take a trip down memory lane.
If you take away the Soviet Union and its chief proxy, the PLO, international terrorism would collapse.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
How'd
that
work?
Like to see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran, just as I would like to see in Iraq. The question now is a practical question. What is the best place to proceed? It's not a question of whether Iraq's regime should be taken out, but when should it be taken?
So you're telling me that we've went after almost every Arab country on Israel's order, or, well, not order, but suggestion? That's a little strange.
Taken out. It's not a question of whether you'd like to see a regime change in Iran, but how to...
Are there any other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The answer is categorically yes. The two nations that are competing with each other, who will be the first to achieve nuclear weapons, is Iraq and Iran. But a third nation, by the way, is Libya as well. Libya is trying very rapidly to build an atomic bomb capability. So you have here now three nations. All stand together to stop Iran's march of conquest, subjugation, and terror.
And we just are going to war with all of them, guys. I don't know. We totally are led to believe that we're a sovereign nation, but just like not under Israel. For whatever reason, we are tied to this nation. So the second he was on his rhetoric talking about Iran, it was very obvious that we were going to go war with Iran. I actually do not have a crystal ball. I lied to you at the beginning. My name is not Miss Cleo. I just can see right through the media BS, and I am just exhausted with it. And I just don't care. I'm not going to do the thing and pretend that I'm surprised every time something is happening. Oh, it's been an escalation. It's an escalation. What are you talking about? It's very clear that war with Iran and Russia is on the menu. So I'd like to skip the appetizers and get right to the mains, okay? And we have now arrived at the mains. On Monday, Israeli troops crossed into Lebanon for the first time since 2006. The Israeli military said that it was conducting a localized and targeted boots-on-the-ground operation on Hezbollah command posts and weapons storage sites. Obviously, Netanyahu is urging Israelis to follow all the military directives. Obviously, we know that this is following Israel having killed Hezbollah's longtime leader, Hassan Nasrallah. We knew that was going to be an escalation of events. Israel has been pummeling Lebanon with airstrikes in the last 2 weeks. They've killed thus far, at least according to the country's health ministry, 1,000 people. So yeah, it's been an escalation between Israel and Hezbollah. Similarly, they have been launching missiles over to Israel. It has been triggered by, even more so, by the pager operation, the walkie-talkies exploding across the country that we covered on this show. We know that in April, Iran launched a barrage of more than 300 missiles and drones at Israel. And yeah, what am I allowed to say? Let me just do the thing. Israel is our friend and ally. We'll go send our sons and daughters to die. And we don't support. And sure, Bibi's telling the truth, like all the other times when he said, as long as we go to war with this person, then terrorism will be done. As long as we go to war with this person, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, as long as we go to war with Libya, then we will effectively get things never under terrorist control. Okay? Never. And our country is not being rendered safer. And that is why I won't shut up about it, okay?
And I'd like to add to that a little bit of detail on the Iran-Israel situation. I've got some notes for you I'd like to share. So Russian spokesperson says that the situation in Iran, Israel, Palestine is really the complete failure of the Biden administration. And who's a part of that Biden administration? Who's the other half? Kamala Harris. Yes, the president, hopeful candidate for the Democratic Party, and Tim Walz, her running mate. So who do we hold accountable? One half of Biden, I'd say.
Yep.
Kamala.
And some of the rest of reports coming in about, bro, why are they saying 180K? People die, 180,000 people died in the Gaza Strip.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Damn. That's a lot of folks. Is that between Palestinians and Israelis?
I think Gaza Strip in general. I guess Palestinians. That's what I'm saying, though. But these are coming out of the, Hezbollah. This is coming out of Hamas. Certain figures from Hamas. And it's kind of crazy. It's like, okay, well, who do we believe now?
Yeah, it is kind of getting crazy. Some of these reports of casualties.
We could give them the benefit of doubt and be like, oh, well, we're overinflating the number so they can, paint Israel like worse.
Right. We could definitely say that. Or it could just be...
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Dark situation,
Yeah,
though.
very sad. But, casualties are a part of war, and that's why I said I'm for de-escalation and conflict resolution, because this shit... Boy, nobody wins.
Man.
So, another thing, Iran has bolstered their relationship with Russia. For those of you who don't know, Russia and Iran are allied.
Lord.
And also, the U.S. has posed sanctions to Iran for sending ballistic missiles to Russia. Yes, Iran is sending weaponry to Russia to help them out in the Ukrainian conflict. So
man,
everything's kind of interconnected. That's why it's important to kind of be up to date on geopolitics. So Iran, Russia doing their dealings. We're posing sanctions on Iran. Iran's beefing with Israel. We're backing Israel. Y'all see how everything's just kind of
going, yeah,
hand in hand. And shout out Marston Gamer timing in for $10. He said, here's an interesting thought. What if they have been helping Ukraine trying to set off the deadhead system because they're trying to take out America in some way? Oof. Hey, man, I love a good conspiracy. What you think, Seth? Oh, man. I love a good conspiracy.
Man. I'm definitely thinking now, too, about it.
Man.
That would be a good way to get us up out of here.
Facts.
I am sorry that I am unapologetically American
Something
first.
to ponder.
Okay, that's it. That's where I'm at. So whatever you want to call me, an isolationist, you want to call me a Putin puppet, a terrorist sympathizer, whatever you need to call me, okay, that which allows me the dignity of caring about my country first and foremost, about the future of my children, about our roads being paved, about our taxes being lowered, about our borders being secured, rather than us jumping up and securing the borders of every other foreign nation under the sun. Whatever it is you need to call me, that gives me the permission to say what everyone can see is abundantly obvious right now. By all means, please call me it. So we're going to keep monitoring World War III. We're going to see how many American people have to die in the Middle East before I have to sadly say, I told you so. Like for the last 2 years, I have been telling you so and just been enduring my own kinds of missiles from the mainstream media because I don't like when people just call them out on their bullshit. And I kind of do that full time. So there's what we have. I'm going to get into your guys' comments. First, I do want to tell you a little bit about Pure Talk. The big wireless carriers want you to limit.
All right, and we're going to close out there. We're going to transfer back over to... damn it, I got to pull it up. I'm going to transfer back over to that Trump rally we had for y'all.
Dude, let me see here. But honestly, though, the whole Israel and Hamas situation... Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That's a little bit too far gone. Like, for us, honestly, to have any influence on it, like, who we gonna talk to? Hamas? What we gonna do? Like, the best thing to do is threaten them both. It'd be like, one we'll pull funding from, one we'll just attack you, and we'll sit them both down, and hopefully we can get them to come to some type of agreement.
Yeah, that's the best case scenario, honestly.
Yep, pulling both by their coattails, and be like, sit down.
Yeah, that's the best thing. They need a moderator. Obviously, it's best served to be us.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everybody.
But I think that, the cooler heads need to prevail in the situation because, again, nobody wins. And the longer this drags out, the more casualties we'll see.
Yeah, whoever doing the negotiation can't be out of the current administration. And Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas, they got to be new leadership all around.
And to that point, man, like, come on, y'all. Who do y'all really think is best served to be the moderator in this situation, to mediate the situation, connect the two parties in a way that leads to the resolution necessary when Kamala has admitted that she hasn't talked to this man Putin? I mean, so that's for the Russia-Ukraine situation, and then she hasn't really took a hardline stance on the situation in the Middle East. She just says that, oh, we're doing our best to kind of solve it behind the scenes. Like, well, nah. Trump has said, like, nah, I'm gonna end both of these things.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give now lofty goals, right? Lofty ambition, right? But hey, I like his hardline stance.
Yeah, and
like,
he's already
in there. I ain't gonna have no wars.
And you already spoke to these people before,
right? Right, and while he was in, we didn't have no proxies going on. So shit, you got the track record to back it up.
Hey,
Two planes. A lot of people
I'll take my
don't know it.
chance.
In a way, it's four
I'll
planes
take it
because
with
it's sort of Air Force One becomes the plane that the
Appreciate
president uses. And I was asked to do it, and I was able to cut $1.6 billion off the deal without any changes, except I was giving it a better looking paint job. And we ordered new ones, because we have Air Force One is 32 years old, two planes, 32 years old, and you'd come and you'd land it next to some of these planes from Saudi Arabia and a lot of other places, United Arab Emirates is a beauty. But you'd land the plane, and the plane looked awfully shabby. It was time, 32 years old, so I got new ones. But I came in, and they asked me to sign a $5.6 or $5.7 billion contract. Now, they're very special planes, because it's like, people hear billions for airplanes, but they're very special. I can't even say you why, but I can't tell you that. I'm not supposed to. But they are very expensive.
That's cold, Marshall Land. That's cold.
From Boeing. And I said, I'm not going to sign it. It's too much. And Boeing came back, and they cut $400 million off just by my saying that. And I said, nope, it's too high. It has to have a 3 in the front of it. It has to have a 3. Because this was a 5, right? 5.6, 5.7 billion. I said, nope, it's too high. And they called back a week later, and they took another $250 million off. So I got $650 million with like about 2 minutes of conversation. I said, no, I'm not doing it. It has to have a 3. And this went on for about a month, and I sort of forgot about it. I said, look, forget it. Well, let's not do it. And lo and behold, about 4 months later, I get a call from Dennis. This was prior to the horrible accidents, the 2 accidents that really hurt Boeing. I mean, it was the greatest company in the world. I think it was thought of as the greatest company in the world, and now it's not considered that. They went down a long way, but this was when it was prime time, Boeing prime time, at the beginning of my term. And they said, here's the story, sir. We thought we had a deal at $5.7 billion. We'll do it for $3,999,999.99 1 penny less than 4. I said, you got a deal. So I saved about $1.6 billion. Same exact plane, nothing different. It's not like, oh, gee, we have cheaper engines, or we have no generation system, or the wings are smaller, or lots of things that you can do to cheapen it up. No, the exact same plane, except we had a much better paint job. And we saved $1.6 billion, and it took me like 3 months. And actually the last part was the most effective, because I gave up on him, and he called up out of the blue. In fact, when he called, I said, the head of Boeing, what the hell does he want? That's always the best way to negotiate when it doesn't matter to you so much, right? Hey. I said, what does he want? And then he said, the plane that we've been talking about a few months ago? Yeah, tell me about it. That's when he made the best offer. So we saved $1.6 billion or $1.7 billion. For nothing. I said, so you were going to make $1.7 billion to build an airplane? That was the way I looked at it. I knew we have so much. Elon Musk is a master of that, and he's so into it because he loves the country so much. He endorsed me with the warmest endorsement. He thinks it's very important that I win because we're going to save our country. If these people win, we're not going to have a country. But we're going to have Elon do it, and he'll be able to save, I think, trillions of dollars. I really do. I think trillions of dollars. And nobody in the country will feel a thing except we'll save our country. And we'll then start paying down debt. But we have deficits. I think we're going to have a $2 trillion deficit with Biden this year, or Kamala. $2 trillion, it's not sustainable. You can't do that. And China's gotten totally out of control. It's, the deficit with China is incredible. The deficit with the European Union is massive, like $320 billion. And, we have a new one now, Mexico. Because Mexico is starting to get a little rambunctious with the car business. And for those people in United Auto Workers, the head of the union is incompetent.
What's the point?
The deal he made and
I think Mexico got smart. Like, all right, bro, instead of these our people leaving and go over there, why not just bring some jobs over here and keep these people here? So if you want to be honest, people could also make arguments on immigration about it and all that good stuff, say Trump's being a bully. But honestly, I feel like he's trying to keep jobs in America that we need. Because John Deere going to Mexico.
That's probably about the most un-American thing I've heard.
Bro, auto industries are going to Mexico, and I'm pretty sure Mexico's offering them quite the deal. That's why he's going in there and offers going like, bro, I need to cut 15% tax or 15% corporate tax. We need it because these people is going to fly off if not.
Yeah, listen, I'll put it to you like this. They ain't going over there because they hate America. It's just not a friendly environment for them as far as like the taxes and just as far as how they're treated, I'd say.
Yeah, and can you imagine this crazy tax bill that some of these billionaires are going to get hit with, bro? I'm talking about.
You're going to push them further away from
bro, I'm talking about, bro, not unrealized gains tax is going to hit them. Then the corporate tax is going to hit them. And when they get double hit with that, then they got to start looking at certain things in their company they might have to let loose.
Yeah, wages, workers.
They got to pay taxes.
Yeah. Great point.
Allowing the United States to go to
look at Kamala's tax
all electric
we're just gonna get it
is
done.
Insane because
all
people don't want to buy all
trillion.
electric. I think electric cars are great, but it's a market, a little percentage, probably 10%. I don't know, some percentage. I think they're great, but they don't go far. They're made in China and they're very expensive, and not everybody can have them. They want everybody to have an electric car. It won't work. We don't have enough electricity right now to take care of our homes and our buildings in California. Gavin Newsom has a situation that's unbelievable. He's having blackouts and brownouts every week. And now we're supposed to, on top of it, feed cars all of this electricity, so it doesn't make so. I'll be terminating that on day one. And again, we're all for electric cars. I think it's good. I think Tesla, I think Elon makes great cars. And somebody said, did he ever speak to you about it? Because the way I've been saying this for 2 years. It's a tribute to him. He never mentioned it to me once. It's pretty amazing. He didn't say, well, listen, you got to lay off. Because I'm a big fan of electric cars, but not for everyone. You have to have gasoline-powered cars, and hybrids are great. And some new ones are coming on the market. We have hydrogen. Hydrogen is a hot one right now, but it is a little problem. It tends to blow up on occasion, and if it does blow up, you are unrecognizable. They will never be able to see who you were, maybe a blood sample, but it's a bad blow up. I would say that's a serious problem, so I don't expect to be buying a hydrogen car for myself. But a lot of great things are in the marketplace because we're here in Wisconsin with the great Governor Thompson. He's a great man. He's a great politician, one of the most popular, I think the most popular politician in the history of the state. And it's an honor that he even does this. I mean, he just feels he's a little like Elon in that sense. He feels it's so important. But one of the founding fathers of school choice, I didn't even know that until a couple of days ago. But he's a big school choice. A lot of people are. I got lots of calls. I even got a call from Rupert Murdoch, who I have a lot of respect for. And he said, school choice. You have to go with school choice. That was just today. I said, I didn't know he was so into school choice, but he feels very strongly about it. He's a good man, too. I also want to talk about another way that we can help the American family supporting school choice for every child. And, you have to do the school choice thing because right now we are just about at the bottom of every list, and yet we're number one on every list of cost per pupil. Cost per student, we're number one, and if you look at a list of the top 40 nations, we are at the bottom of the list. We're number 40, number 39 all the time, and often led by Norway and Denmark and Sweden, and China is in the top 5 usually. Pretty amazing, with 1.4 billion people, pretty amazing. But China's in the top 5, and we're number 40, number 39. And one of the things we'll be doing is moving education back into the states. And, if you think about it, like a state like this, I think would do fantastically well with education. I think that a state like Iowa and Idaho and Indiana, I think you'd end up, I was looking at them the other night, just from common sense, with a party of common sense. And then I said, more than anything else now, with a party of common sense, because that's more important than anything else. We don't want men and women's sports. We want to have strong borders, and we want to have fair elections, not rigged elections. And we have a lot of problems in this country. But if you take a look at all of it, everything that we're doing, every single thing that we're doing is based on structure and common sense. I was looking at the various states, and I think 35 states could be the equivalent of Norway and Denmark. If you think about it, they'd run great. I think Iowa would do great. I think Idaho would do great. These are states that have no debt. They have low taxes. They've done great. And then you have the same, you have a guy like Gavin wouldn't do very well, I don't think, with it. He signed a thing yesterday. Somebody told me, it's not confirmed, but he signed a document yesterday that said you're not allowed to ask a voter for ID, identification, and if you do, it's like a crime. Why would anybody do that? In other words, this was signed yesterday or the day before by Gavin Newsom, a failed governor, and it said, if you ask anybody whether or not anything having to do with their identification, now for everything else you're allowed to have a card, but for voting, which is our most important act, it's considered virtually a crime, so you're not allowed to ask for identification. Now, there's only one reason that's done. That's because they want to cheat on elections. When you have something like that where there will be no asking, it's not a question of having voter ID, it's a question you're not even allowed to ask. And if you ask, it's a crime. That's only because of the fact that they want to cheat on elections. And we can be nice and we can be politically incorrect, but the only thing they're going to do there is cheat on elections. And we just can't let this happen. The city of Milwaukee is the home of first and oldest choice program. You have the school choice program in Milwaukee is the oldest in the whole nation. In Milwaukee, which has been run by Democrats for over half a century. It's incredible. Families are faced with one of the worst public school systems in the entire country. Considered pretty much the worst, but there are some others that are right there with you, I guarantee you that. Only 16% of Milwaukee public school students are reading at grade level. And only 10% can do math at grade level. So you're talking about 16% and 10% can basically read or do math. School choice gives Milwaukee children a lifeline to a better education, 8th grade.
What are they honestly teaching these kids then? I'm like, hold on. Reading and math? The 2 things you need to have, I don't know, critical thinking, logical reasoning, like all that good stuff. The 2 things you need, they're lacking in. Because one thing you're always going to need to do in life is read. One thing you're always going to need to do in life is math. No matter who you are, that's going to contribute to your success. So it is crazy how they're just like lacking in that. Then what the hell are y'all teaching them? Like, I damn near want to know. I almost need to sneak into one of these classes or something. Like, I don't know. Pretend to be one of them little mannequins up there and just be like, man, what y'all really saying? Because ain't no way. Math scores is low. Reading scores low. I'm like, dog, if I send my kid to school and they're not reading or writing, dog, immediately I'm taking control. I'm like, all right, I'm doing it myself then. I'm doing it myself. I'm educated enough. I got you.
Grade students in Milwaukee and in Milwaukee schools and choice programs are more than twice as likely to be proficient or advanced in math. And that's good. But, when you say we're going to double up from 16% or double up from 10%, it's not really great, is it? And outsourced, we're going to outsource and outscore other public school districts. So they want to start off by competing against certain public school districts, and I guess that's a good place to start. But it's they got to straighten out the schools in this country. Schools are really bad, and I think we're going to be able to do that. I think we're going to be able to do a lot of it. But if they're run by the state and run by like the parents, because in Washington, half of the buildings, such a large number, every building you pass in Washington says Department of Education. You're going to have a lot of like vacant space. Now we can have somebody else maybe move in. But
I got you, Marshall.
These schools, it's massive. It's massive. I figure we'll have like one person plus a secretary. You'll have a secretary and a secretary. We'll have one person plus a secretary, and all the person has to do is, are you teaching English? Are you teaching arithmetic? What are you doing? Reading, writing, and arithmetic. And are you not teaching woke? Not teaching woke is a very big factor.
And I got you, Fox Chase. I'm going to try to find that. Appreciate the support.
We can occupy that staff right in this room, actually. I think this room is too large. And all they're going to do is they're going to see that the basics are taken care of. We don't want to have somebody get crazy and start teaching a language that we don't want them to teach. But we'll...
Now, man, I appreciate you, Marshall and Gamer, for having me bring this up because, yeah. Now, we can go into, economic growth under Trump because Trump has saw record numbers considering 2020, or we can just go into this. We can also go into the stock market growth, right? But let's see here. We can find the best chart because it's crazy. It's crazy because I'm not trying to bring up the chart I'm looking for. Where are we at here? Other than that, hold on. Let me try to bring it up again because it's kind of, dang.
We'll do something with education. I think when we move it into the local districts, but the big thing is we're going to take it all out of Washington. We're going to send it all back to the states. We're going to spend less than half, and we're going to have much better education. But in many states, you will be the equivalent. I mean, you have states that are incredible, and in many states, you'll be the equivalent of a top 3, top 4 school, like a Norway or a Sweden is very strongly thought of too. Although lately they've had some problems, all about that. If you want a better education for your child, Kamala Harris stands in your way. Kamala and the radical left Democrat Party want to keep black and Hispanic children trapped in family government. I mean, I think that's really the reason. It's all Democrat we're talking about.
It's all Democrats, all socialist idealism. It's kind of crazy what they pull off, but it's crazy how people let them do it. That's what I don't like. I just don't like that they just are allowed to do whatever they want when it comes to, immigration, where they send them, who they enforce them on. And then, they're going to gaslight you about how they enforce it on you. It's kind of crazy. But, hey, it's what they do is what they do. All right, let's talk about wages are down. Let's talk about wages, right? And this is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So let's just look at wages. You gotta love it because I think it's something we all know. So Obama, I was working the Obama years. It was around this time, that 10 something an hour, and then it rose. So these are the wages are down when adjusted for inflation. Real average hourly earnings of all employees. Everything was going up from Obama to Trump, right? So even if you could say Trump inherited a good economy, he at least made it better. He made it way better. He made it so good that it never dropped down to where Obama had it at least. And let's be real, Obama did pretty well. No shame on Obama, but Trump did pretty damn well. And then some reason we hit Biden and now things are just falling again. I don't get it, but Biden, everything just falls with Biden. So you can also go to somewhere else. Economic growth, why not? When you pull up this one, things just don't seem to work out for Biden. Obama, Trump, Biden. Because, Obama had some pretty good years. I ain't gonna lie. 8 years, he had a couple tough ones. And then we move into Trump's year. Whoops. And we see growth. And I mean, talking about, let's see here. Record growth. He at least had it around Obama's level, and then he beat Obama First lockdown, came up off the lockdown, and all of a sudden we just booming again. And then Biden comes over and we kind of just, stagnate. Because if anything, we should have kept this 30% growth. It should have just kept going under Biden if Biden did better with the economy. If you're saying Biden did better with, the GDP and all that and quarterly growth, then you'd be wrong because, he never got it to the levels that Trump had it. He just, if anything, he tanked on a couple and then he got it back up a little bit, damn near, I guess, somewhat avoiding economic collapse. I guess, somewhat.
The top 25 dangerous cities,
try to find that video
virtually
for you,
every
Marshall.
single one of them is a Democrat-run city. So I think there'll be a lot of changes made. I really do. I just can't believe people can continue to go for this. But by contrast, I believe that school choice is the civil rights issue of our time. A child's fate should be determined by it has to be determined by their love of education, by their parents, by so many factors. But it can't be determined by a zip code. And no parent should be forced to send their child to a failing government-run school. I mean, in all fairness, they get into these schools, they're so bad. You don't give them a chance. We spend more money on education than any other country in the world. And I said before, much more money per pupil. We're number one on every list. And yet our public schools get worse, and the results get worse, and it goes just so horrible to see it.
All right, and shout out to Fox Chase requested video. I'm going to go ahead and get that one out the way for you, big dog. Let me go ahead and knock this one down. I ain't got to worry about too much here. Let's see. Go ahead and get that video popped up because this is Candace Owens going into Operation Mockingbird. Yes, I was able to find it.
All that. All right, question of the day. Have you ever wondered how it's possible that all of the mainstream media journalists seem to be in lockstep when it comes to parroting talking points? It's almost as if somebody is telling them what to say. It's almost as if they sound like, I don't know, mockingbirds. Plus, coming up, we're going to talk about Casey Anthony. She's back in the news and is now claiming that her father killed her daughter to cover up his sexual abuse. So that story's getting pretty convoluted.
1 year ago.
All that and more today on Candace Owens.
That old Candace music theme song, though, is a banger, though. Like the old one, the new one ain't as lit as this one. I'm be real.
So I feel pretty comfortable stating that if the entire mainstream media network is for or against something, you should probably edit your opinions to be the opposite of what theirs is, because it's pretty clear that they don't actually have any individual opinions, these journalists, right? They're always in lockstep on various narratives. As just one example, of course, the most recent one being COVID. It just seems impossible that suddenly they were selling every single individual fear. None of them got curious about anything. They were not curious about how it was if they had worked, for example, at CNN for so many years, and suddenly CNN was able to do a live ticker of deaths. Like somehow CNN had access to those files and we're getting all the data, and every day they were terrifying Americans, saying that if you go outside and if you touch your door handle, you're going to die of COVID. And nobody wanted to investigate that. Just trust the experts. Trust Dr. Fauci. None of them were interested in looking into Dr. Fauci. They just said, listen to him and do whatever he says. Another example, which I thought was immediately suspicious, and I'm not going to say it's my hill to die on, it's one of my many hills to die on, Zelensky, the Ukraine war. Every war ever, it does seem that the media is in lockstep telling us that we need to feel really bad for people somewhere else, and that we need to understand that a part of us feeling bad means that our taxpayer dollars has to be extracted and wealth needs to leave America. So yeah, it does sound like they are a bunch of mockingbirds, which is appropriate, of course, because that was the CIA program title. It was called Operation Mockingbird. You are not a conspiracy theorist for knowing the truth, and you are correct if you know about the Mockingbird being something that the CIA has never discontinued. So first and foremost, in case you are not aware of what Operation Mockingbird was and still is, it was a large-scale project undertaken by the CIA beginning in the 1950s, in which they recruited American journalists into a propaganda network. The recruited journalists were put on payroll by the CIA, which means me and you, we paid for that, and instructed to write fake stories that promoted the views of the intelligence agencies. So some journalists were assets to the CIA and were on the payroll. Other journalists were unsuspecting assets of the CIA because they thought that they had a leak, that they were being given information. And they ran with the stories because they thought they were being told the truth. In fact, take a listen to a former CIA agent discuss just that.
You briefed the press, did you not, when you were there? Well, I had several jobs. One of my jobs was that of analyst. I also was an interrogator and indeed briefed the press when we, the CIA, wanted to circulate disinformation on a particular issue. Disinformation is not necessarily a lie. It may be a half-truth. And we would pick out a journalist. I would go do the briefing and hope that he would put the information in print. For instance, if we wanted to get across to the American public that the North Vietnamese were building up their force structure in South Vietnam, I would go to a journalist and advise him that in the past 6 months, X number of North Vietnamese forces had come down the Ho Chi Minh Trail system through southern Laos. Now, there is no way a journalist can check that information. So either he goes with the information or he doesn't, and ordinarily or usually the journalist would go with it because it looked like some kind of exclusive. And I would say our percentage planning that kind of data was 70 to 80%. The correspondents we targeted were those who had terrific influence, the most respected journalists in Saigon, like Robert Chaplin of the New Yorker magazine, Kai's Beach of the Los Angeles Times from time to time, and also he worked for the Chicago Daily News. Bud Merrick of U.S. News and World Report.
The man do seem a bit smug about it, but I guess anybody would be if you're just like, bro, I could put anything about you and ruin your career. Like that. Easy as that. That's all it takes. I just got to put out this little information about you, ruin your career, and then you're done. I'm like, oh, wow, okay.
Malcolm
make everybody
Brown
believe it.
Of the New York
Reminds me of
Times.
Michael Jackson a little bit.
Even Maynard Parker of Newsweek magazine. We would go after these gentlemen. I would be directed to cultivate them, to spend time with them at the Caravel Hotel or the Continental Hotel, to socialize with them, and slowly but surely to try to gain their confidence by dolloping out valid information which was true. And then I would drop into a conversation the data that we wanted to get across, which might not be true. One piece of data, for instance, that we managed to plant in the New Yorker magazine had to do with a supposed North Vietnamese effort in 1973 to develop airfields along the border of South Vietnam. The reason we wanted to plant this information was that we were trying to persuade the U.S. Congress that Saigon should continue to get a great deal of aid, and that the North Vietnamese were the chief violators of the ceasefire accord. That was printed in the New Yorker magazine under the byline of Robert Chaplin, as indeed was a great deal of such information which we tried to circulate.
So there you have it, half-truths and disinformation being circulated by the CIA. Initiatives that they set forth that would help them in their agenda.
Hey, what's up, Professor
In addition,
Swag
by the
Muffin?
way, which is insane to me, student cultural organizations and magazines were allegedly funded as fronts for this operation. So, when you see a bunch of kids and they get all fired up and then suddenly they're out protesting and you're like, what happened here? How is every student organization on all of these campuses suddenly in lockstep on a certain narrative? It seems a little bit bizarre, right? Kids should be a little more individual than that, but we know that these college campuses, they seem to be kind of mass producing children with the same ideas, which is, again, a very bizarre thing. So yes, the CIA was on college campuses. I think it's part of the reason that when you're in high school, they encourage students to go to college. It's not because college is making children smarter. No, it's actually making them dumber. They're coming out of college university and having paid $100,000 and putting themselves into student loan debt. They look you in the face and they tell you that there's an infinite amount of genders. Somebody should request a refund. So yeah, this operation took place. And of course, don't worry, guys, they had congressional hearings about it, and they're not happy to find out. Of course, Congress always has these shows of pretending they're going to do something about it, learning that a propaganda network is operating under the auspices of the United States government. But of course, nothing actually happens. And again, no official end to this program. Now, why am I bringing this up today? Well, because for whatever reason, we obviously know that the CIA did not want Donald Trump to become the president of the United States. I think whatever the reason is because he was out of their control, not out of control, but out of their control. And they had already decided, as I believe the CIA does, that Hillary Clinton was their candidate. Hillary Clinton would have worked as their puppet and would have done whatever she wanted them to do. I believe that these people have way more power than the president does in this circumstance. And I was thinking about this also as it relates to Donald Trump, because obviously, as we all know, he has now officially announced that he is running for president of the United States again. And you can imagine that the media is already getting ready to kind of step up and say, this man cannot become president. And one of the ways in which they are doing this is by furthering division within the conservative movement in general, right? So you're kind of seeing the media jump on this narrative of trying to put DeSantis versus Trump and encouraging the supporters to be the same. They're basically saying that you need to decide whether you're Team DeSantis or whether you're Team Trump, which is odd because DeSantis has not indicated even once that he's running for president. So why are we even having these sorts of discussions? Who is seeding our ideas? Who is turning us all into mockingbirds, so to speak, and believing that we need to all be discussing this really non-existent rift at the moment? Perhaps later down the line, Trump knows more than we know, and DeSantis is planning on running. But at the moment, it doesn't really make sense. And then I noticed last week when I did a monologue and I was unpacking my honest opinion about Trump, which is that he's gotten too angry. He's gotten too angry. Is it understandable that he's angry? Yes, of course. You can imagine what it's like having to fight the institutions like the CIA and the FBI and people that are trying to make your life a living hell day in and day out, and who have the power to make your life a living hell, right? People like Attorney General Letitia James in New York, who just said, that's the guy, and I'm just going to look for the crime that he committed, and just launched an investigation into the entire Trump organization. And she said that she was just going to get him on something, and by golly, she did, right? She filed charges against them. Imagine what that's like day in and day out. It's going to turn you into an angry individual. But I want him to remember how to have fun, because that is the reason that America fell in love with him. It was the jokes. It was him calling things out as they were. And so I said this, and then I was somewhat surprised to see, first and foremost, the news articles that came out. Candace Owens turns her back on Trump. What are you talking about? I didn't say I'd turn my back on him. I said something that is true. A, he needs to answer for the entire catastrophe of COVID vaccines, which he was very supportive of, and he should not have been supportive as he was, in my opinion. And I think that he should have listened to his supporters' concerns as opposed to trumpeting the vaccine. And I think that he should have been more careful in listening to his supporters' concerns of why they were hesitant and what effects they were having after the vaccine. So I say that, and they say, oh my gosh, she's against him. And then I say he should be less angry. And it did seem like a mockingbird project. I was like, that's very weird. I never said anything about me cheering against him, but they're going along with this narrative, causing people that follow me to question whether or not I'm in on Operation Mockingbird. People were actually commenting, saying, I can't believe you turned your back on this. That woman.
Yeah, it's a half truth. It's like, all right, I said something negative, but the media's going to say, yeah, you said this, and we're also going to frame it as if you're talking against them now. It's like, oh, whoa. That's not what I said. But yeah, that's Mockingbird. But since the 80s,
Jenna
70s,
Ellis, who
80s,
I've unfortunately had on the show,
probably a lot sooner
made
than
it seem, Candace is turning her back on Trump. Everyone's retweeting this narrative that I turn my back on Trump, when in reality, what I'm actually saying is to help him. If you want to be a serious contender for 2024, you need to bring the party back together that was standing behind you. Right now, those people are feeling very, very, I guess, almost, I would say there's a trepidation in the air, right? There's a trepidation in the air about how much Big Pharma almost seized from them. And he's going to have to address that. That is me trying to help Trump. And then I thought, okay, that's weird. And I'm getting attacked, and it doesn't matter. I'm always getting attacked for stuff that I didn't say. Then I just saw it recently happen, and I can't believe I'm going to have to do this, but I'm going to have to defend Tomi Lahren, because Candace had just finished trending on Twitter, saying that Candace turned her back on Donald Trump. And then suddenly I saw that Tomi Lahren was trending on Twitter for another 24 hours. And they were saying the exact same stuff. They said Tomi Lahren turned her back on Trump. She's beginning to have doubts about Donald Trump. And then predictably, the wave of not the never Trumpers, but the always Trumpers. The always Trumpers, equally as toxic, by the way, as the never Trumpers, because their stance at the moment is you can't say anything but glowing reviews about Trump or you're anti-Trump, which is not true. If you are a serious person and you want him to win, then you have to critique why people are breaking from his party to help him, okay? So they came after Tomi, and I actually said, let me listen to what Tomi Lahren actually said. Did she actually turn her back on Donald Trump? Is that true? Is the media being honest? Here's what she actually said in her own words.
I just want to pause for a second and read you a tweet from Senator Josh Hawley. He said, "The old party is dead. Time to bury it. Build something new." Tomi.
A lot of Republican voters are feeling that way, but then we have to consider a whole new mess that's probably coming our way if we have a Trump announcement this week. And we're going to talk about that later. But if we're thinking we're divided now between McConnell and Rick Scott and all the rest of it, wait until Donald Trump's name is back in the running. Officially, I know he's been hinting at it for a long time, but when it's officially there, not only will that impact Georgia, likely, it's going to be whether Democrats hate Donald Trump or Republicans love Donald Trump enough to push Georgia over the line. But there's going to be a lot of issues in the Republican Party that we have 2 years to sort out. We better start today.
I completely agree with everything that Tomi Lahren said there. We have issues that we are going to need to sort out within the Republican Party, issues which I've just highlighted to you. That Trump lost a lot of supporters because of his vaccine stance. He also lost a lot of donors because of his vaccine stance. How do we sort that out? By talking about that, by not pretending that it's not happening, which is what people want us to do. They want to pretend like, oh, it doesn't matter. Any of those people that aren't with him because of the vaccine stuff, they weren't real Trumpers, right? It's like gang stuff now. It's like Bloods and Crips. It's like the real Trumpers don't even care about his vaccine stance and they understand they're sticking with him. It's like, no, that's not how we're going to bring the party together. We're going to bring the party together by Trump being a leader and addressing those concerns, saying, hey, I was working, perhaps this is what he might say, I was working to the best of my ability with the knowledge that I had. And yes, I was happy to get these vaccines out because I was being told that this was going to be something like the bubonic plague, which was true. That's what he was being told, right? By Operation Mockingbird. Mainstream media was actually acting as if COVID was going to wipe out humanity. But it is not leadership to pretend that these separations in the GOP aren't actually happening.
I think the general
and so the attacks on Tomi Lahren are wrong, and the attacks on me are wrong, and the attacks on a bunch of individuals who clearly have had nothing but support and love for Trump, Brandon Tatum being another person, are all just blatantly wrong, right?
I don't think Walz really took any particular L's, but I do think he did have like a shy demeanor. It looked like he was nervous under the pressure. That's just my take.
You see Walt's eyes? Walt's eyes were hilarious.
Yeah, he just kind of looked like the pressure kind of had him like the moment.
Yeah, and then he got a little eased into it, and I was like, all right, he good.
And I wanted to bring them to your attention because if we are serious again, now that Trump has indicated that he is running officially, if we are serious about being a united party behind Trump, then we're going to have the courage to have these discussions so that we can bring people back together. And that's all that I'm going to say about that. There is no reason to pay Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile over $80 a month for wireless for some topic.
Keep going.
Du jour.
I think that was it.
Appreciate you, Fox Chase.
Yep, that was the end of her covering Mockingbird. Which is actually pretty funny because you do see how they do spread misinformation, like the Russiagate thing. Why every scandal will the president gotta have a gate?
Think of it, they graduate from public school and they can't read, can't write. This is people that actually literally graduate, can barely read or write. Wisconsin private schools receive nearly $3,000 less per student per year through the school choice programs than public schools, yet they achieve far better outcomes. A great job they've done, actually, even as they fail to educate our youth.
I appreciate you, bro.
Our opponents are using government schools to indoctrinate children, pushing radical transgender ideology on children, and changing the child's gender without even parental consent. Can you imagine that? Your child leaves for school and comes home and their gender has been changed. I don't want to get into the details, but it's Not even believable. Without parental consent, all of that's changing.
yeah, I
It's
ain't
changing
going.
immediately. One of the things I wanted to mention with all of the people coming in, they're taking black and Hispanic jobs. The black population, their unemployment is way up over the last few months, and the fake news isn't reporting it. And the reason they're way up is the
Yes, it is.
illegal migrants are taking the black population's jobs and the Hispanic population's jobs. And that's not fair. That's not a good thing. But that's what's happening. They come in, and many of these people, again, and many of them aren't. Many of them are criminals. Many of them are people that have murdered people we just don't know about. We know nothing about these people because they came in, they didn't have to report, they didn't have to give a piece of paper. I had remain in Mexico, very strong. The president of Mexico approved it. I said, look, you're going to have to approve it. He said, I won't approve that. Why would I approve that? Why, am I stupid? I said, no, you're not stupid. You're very smart. That's our problem. You're too smart. He said, but you're going to approve it. And he said, why would I do that? I said, because if you don't, I'm going to put 100% tariffs on your cars coming in. And we're going to make a fortune. He said, like you said, I will approve it. Took me about 2 minutes. But that is one more reason why I'll fight for the right of every parent to send their child to a public, private, charter, or religious school of their choice. We have to be able to have school choice.
When you're in America, how hard should it be to make these type of deals?
And the
Hey,
shout out to Paul Unslaved, man. My man.
What's going on, Paul? He says, Pimp Unslaved checking in. Pimp Unslaved is crazy. Checking in. Look forward to creating some fire streams together. Voting for Masters ain't the way, but we will cover that when we will cross stream. Blessings. Yes, sir, Paul.
All right.
I hit you in the email, bro. We'll get together sometime this week, hopefully, and we'll be able to put something together for y'all. Yeah, stay tuned for some special collaborations coming up in the future.
That's going to be a fun one, man. Appreciate you.
Democrats are very much opposed to it, as you know. And I have great faith in teachers. You know, I don't care if they're union or non-union. I have great respect for teachers. I've had some teachers that were so good, had a lot to do with my life. Now, some people would say they did a really bad job with him, and that's possible. That's possible. But no, they had a lot to do with me. I will tell you, I have great respect for teachers at a level that few people would understand. We want federal education dollars to follow the student rather than propping up a bloated and radical bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., which is what we're doing now ultimately.
All right,
we
Marshall,
want to close the Federal Department of Education, and we're going to do that, and we're going to move it all back into our states. And as I said, some states are going to be unbelievable, and some states are not going to do a good job. The ones that aren't going to do a good job are the ones that aren't doing a good job now and everything else. We're joined today by two beneficiaries of school choice here in Wisconsin, sisters, Michaela and Leah Lawrence. Where may you look at you? Look. Both attended St. Marcus Lutheran School, a high-performing K through 8 private school, and it's a choice school in the inner city, Milwaukee. And I love Milwaukee. We had such a great convention here. They treated us so well. I also like the result. If I didn't get the right result, I probably wouldn't like Milwaukee. I got a great result, but it was beautiful.
Shout out Bama Knife Guy chiming in with a $2 super chat. He said, keep spreading good messages and love, brothers. Yes, sir.
Man, appreciate you, Mom. Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you.
Man.
Yes, building was beautiful. We're going to come here. I believe my people are working. We're going to come here in the same arena. The arena was great. And we're also going to go to Green Bay. We're going to be announcing it pretty soon. Green Bay for a big one. We're going to have 2 big ones, very big ones, maybe a third of a little bit more of this nature. But we're going to do your basketball arena. We're all sort of set. And we're going to do Green Bay. We'll do it the day before the game as opposed to the day of the game. But Michaela graduated with honors from high school in May and is going to school for dental hygiene. And Leah is now a senior in high school, a wrestler, at Wisconsin Lutheran, who went to the state finals twice, and is currently scouting engineering schools across the country. She's looking at a really great engineering school. So Leah and Michaela, if you could come up, I'd love you to say a few words, please. Thank you.
think so.
Who's the wrestler here? I'm not going to mess with her. That's good, please.
All right. Well, my name is Michaela Lawrence, as you already know. Just first want to come up here and thank everyone for the opportunity for me speaking. On behalf of my family, I thank my dad, specifically for putting me and my sister in choice schools and having the opportunity to learn. Personally, going out of the high school I went to, Luther Preparatory, really learned about Christ-like behavior and how to show that in the outside world. And a person like me going to college now, you get to the outside world and it's like, wow, a lot of these people really need Jesus. But I'm thankful for that opportunity. I'm thankful for President Donald Trump, too, someone who supports that opportunity that I got from grade school to high school, learning about Christ and having the choice to really have an opportunity to get a good education and have a relationship, a close relationship with all my friends and teachers. So thank you.
So beautiful. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, you know Trump. Hey,
my name is Leah. I'm the wrestler, by the way. And I'm so grateful again for getting the opportunity to come out here and speak on behalf of School Choice. This is an amazing program. I'm so thankful that Mr. President Trump, he is helping out with this program. He's doing so much for education, and education in Milwaukee especially
came out with some secret black kids, I'd be like, all right.
It's in dire need,
really
especially right now.
Gonna be his daughter.
So I do want to personally thank
Bro, they look nervous.
Mr.
Not
Trump
uncomfortable.
for helping us with this.
Uncomfortable? Are you
Thank you.
They're clearly nervous.
That's pretty good. She's got a good record. He said, what's your record in wrestling? Thank you both. Beautiful job. Thank you, Don. How nice is that, huh? Very proud of you both. It's amazing. So thank you. And also with us is Tukara Bell,
I love to see
mom of 3 whose family has been uplifted by School Choice.
Black woman that they try and paint in the media.
Man, I mean,
I love to see that.
We can get an image like that rolling a little bit more, then yeah. But hold on, if we say that though.
Ah, man, I love black conservatism. It's something about it is so goddamn sexy. I ain't gonna lie. Shit.
Okay.
And so, Tukara, could you come up and say a few words, please? Come on up.
Yeah, baby girl finna get wiped up.
Thank you all for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. I am a mom of 3. We benefit from the School Choice program. This is my daughter, Cynthia Dunlap. And School Choice, it gives us an opportunity to send my children to a school that aligns with my morals and my values, and while also giving my children a personalized educational experience. I greatly appreciate it, and they would not have these opportunities if it was not for student choice. Cindy, would you like to say something?
Hi, I'm Cynthia. School Choice has given me so many opportunities that any other school could ever give me. I am so thankful for School Choice, and I also have a gift for you, President.
Wow.
On behalf of Trinity
Thank you very
Lutheran of Christ Avenue.
I'm going to wear it tonight.
Thank
you,
Bro, I ain't never seen Trump in a shirt, bro.
Come on, you hold it for you. Don't take it from me. I want to keep it.
And shout out Steph chiming in. She says, reminder guys, give call in the Les radio channel. I checked it out. He got a good radio channel. Yeah, we're working on that in the background, Steph. Before you end, show 50-second video about trees or save for later. No, we'll show that.
Gotcha.
We'll show it. We got you, girl.
Appreciate you, Steph. Shout out Troutman.
So, again, universal school choice, very important. We're backing it all the way, 100%. And I want to thank everybody for being here. And
that's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of media here, so if you'd
shares the mic, like, for a guy that they say is selfish, he's all about him. he wants to be the center of the show. I'm just like, bro, if y'all really watch this man's movements, he's always sharing the limelight, always sharing the spotlight. It's like the Chick-fil-A girl, Michelle Montgomery. Like, she was able to low-key make like a little influencer career out of it. Like, had her on Revolt TV panel, conservative blacks versus liberal blacks. Like,
man, had her on a couple of like hostile radio, news networks. That was, bro, the calls were coming at her. She was defending them all.
Yeah, so I like how Trump isn't shy when on the stage. He'll share that spotlight. Like, his celebrity status is like goated at this point. So what's it to him to share 5-10 minutes with anybody? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, and boosts their career.
Really?
I'd like to ask a couple of questions. I think we'll do that. So go ahead, please, Brian. Yes, thank you.
Under your administration, you brought world peace. We didn't have any chaos in the world.
No.
I wanted to get your comments on what's going on right now in Israel and Iran, that conflict.
Brian, I think it's the most dangerous time we've had, certainly since the end of the Second World War. I think it could end up being a world war. You have two hot spots, and you'll probably have a third, maybe with Taiwan. But you have Ukraine and Russia, and that's out of control. I met with President Zelensky, and I got along very well with President Putin. I think I can get it solved, but we should get on and immediately have to. I think I would like to be able to solve it while president-elect. If I get elected, I'm going to work on that immediately. It's going to be my first 2 phone calls. And my second is going to be, we're going to close the border immediately and have people come into our country, but legally. And my third will be drill, baby, drill. You know, it's like not too complicated. But that series of calls, I think is going to be very important. That war, millions of people are being killed. I don't think people recognize how many people are being killed. I don't think it's being properly reported. It's a horrible, horrible war. And then you see what's happening even today. You know, where is that going to stop? And, you have to give Israel a lot of credit for being able to protect itself. You look at these forces, they shot down almost 200 rockets today. But this is not the way anybody should have to live. So we're going to obviously be very involved in the Middle East. This would have never happened. We did the Abraham Accords. I think everybody, including Iran, would have been in the Abraham Accords had I taken over as president. I think even Iran would have been in the Abraham Accords ultimately. It would have been great for everybody, and you would have had peace in the Middle East. We got 4 countries solved, and very respected countries, as you know. They were signed up. And then when Biden took over, they haven't signed one country. I would have had every country in the Middle East would have been signed up. The only question would be Iran, and I think they would have, for certain reasons, I think they probably would have been there too. It would have been peace in the Middle East. Instead, this is just tearing it apart. This has really been bad. But they have to finish that process. However it turns out, they have to finish the process. This is a little bit like 2 kids fighting in a schoolyard. Sometimes you have to just sort of let it go a little bit, and we'll see what happens. But it's really caused by a lack of respect for the United States of America. This would have never happened. Israel would have never happened. October 7th never would have happened. Russia never would have invaded Ukraine. And for 4 years they didn't. They would have never invaded. We wouldn't have had inflation. We wouldn't have had, not the withdrawal, because we were withdrawn. We're the ones that got it ready to withdraw. But we wouldn't have had that horrible, most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And a lot of other good things would have happened. And right now we have a world in chaos. I always quote Viktor Orban because he's a very respected, tough guy. They say he's a tough guy. Well, I guess they're all sort of tough guys. But Viktor Orban said, if Trump comes back, you won't have any wars. You won't have any wars. And he's about as tough as they get. And he said it.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and close the show out, man. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that stream. We're closing in on 5 hours. It's been a fire stream. Like I said, hopefully y'all enjoyed it on y'all end. We're going to close out. Be back tomorrow, so make sure to subscribe, hit the post notifications so you know when we go live. Follow us on Instagram, X, Twitch, Rumble, Facebook. Am I missing anything?
TikTok, all that good stuff.
All that good stuff, man. We're going to close out. Love y'all. See y'all tomorrow. S.E.T Media. Peace.
Gotcha. All right, let's go. We got ended on Rumble.